Queen Elizabeth I reigned in turbulent times, and her right-hand man and chief minister, Francis Walsingham, had one mission: to keep her alive. Facing plots to replace or kill the Protestant queen, Walsingham built up a complex network of spies and informants across England and Europe to provide him with vital intelligence. His use of ciphers, coded documents, and invisible ink was legendary. He was, as some described him, a master of deception and one of the greatest spy masters of all time.
Walsingham used every trick in the book and invented some new ones. Invisible ink, double agents, codes, ciphers. He wanted to know what was going on, by whom, and where.
He was prepared to use double agents, he was prepared to use torture, interrogations, threats, all in aid of what he saw was the future and success of England and the continuation of the Protestant Church.
Walsingham's great contribution to the history of espionage was the development of incredibly sophisticated ciphers. This was an age before computers, and yet it's astonishing to look at the ciphers that he created. And his mind must have been like a steel trap. It was extraordinary.
Quite simply, Francis Walsingham was the best spy master that this country's ever had.
Born in 1532 in Chislehurst in Kent, Francis Walsingham studied at Cambridge University before enrolling as a solicitor at the Inns of Court. When Mary I came to the throne in 1553, Walsingham, who was a staunch Protestant, fled abroad and continued his law studies in Italy. Queen Elizabeth's succession to the throne in 1558 meant that Walsingham could return to England, where he rose quickly through the ranks, eventually becoming her Secretary of State.
Walsingham was quite a young man when he first came to serve Elizabeth I, and she was young herself. Their youth was certainly a factor that drew them together. And also, Elizabeth was very good at spotting potential. Walsingham didn't have a long track record of service at court, but she realised his intelligence and just his sophistication when it came to gathering evidence and information for her, and he soon became the linchpin of her court.
One of the odd things about Walsingham is why he gets a top job in the first place, in a way that's quite rare for the early modern period. He goes from obscurity to prominence in just a few years, so the chemistry between Walsingham and Elizabeth must have been very good. I suspect that he's simply very loyal by nature. I suspect that she sensed this, and he seemed a good person to take on. But also, he's got a higher cause. He really is a Protestant fanatic.
Walsingham had a lifelong, deep, abiding mistrust of Catholics because he'd been in Paris when the Catholics massacred Protestants in the most outrageously horrible fashion on St. Bartholomew's Day, and what he saw stayed with him. Now, this pathological hatred of Catholics, allied with his natural sort of geeky bent for codes and ciphers and intrigue, brought him into great prominence in Elizabeth's life, and actually, he saved her life on many occasions.
The principal secretary, or Secretary of State, usually had responsibility for securing intelligence about what was happening abroad, what was happening internally that might threaten the Queen or previously the King. As principal secretary, therefore, Walsingham took on the role of gathering intelligence, analysing intelligence, and warning the Queen and other Privy Councillors about the dangers ahead.
My lord, you must take this to Paris, to Roger Verney, It is for his eyes only. So,
Yes.
do you understand?
Absolutely, my lord.
Make all haste. Now, be gone.
My lord. Queen Elizabeth's youth, and above all, her faith, made her a widely unpopular figure for Catholics in England, Scotland, and abroad. Talk of her being assassinated was widespread, making her closest supporters and advisors fiercely protective of their young queen.
The young Queen Elizabeth was under the most intense pressure and threat from the whole of Roman Catholic Europe. Even though she herself had tried to find a middle way in religion, famously declaring that she did not wish to make windows into men's souls, she was seen as the enemy of the Catholic faith, and the Pope himself had not only sanctioned but encouraged her assassination by excommunicating herself and by saying that whoever killed her would be blessed in heaven. So the threat was incredibly real. It was always present, not just in the early years, but throughout her reign.
The threats against Elizabeth are very real indeed. This is the golden age of assassinations of royals. 2 kings of France in succession, 1 leader of the Netherlands go down. There are a whole series of plots against Elizabeth, and although they all failed, remember only one has to succeed. A Catholic assassin actually got into her presence with a knife concealed, and he just lost his nerve. If that guy had been made of the stuff that martyrs are, Elizabeth would be dead.
On one occasion, a man shot at her with a bow and arrow as she was in her barge. It was terrifying. He had come very, very close to ending the Queen's life, and there were many other such examples. So she lived in fear, but she was incredibly brave. It's a real illustration of just how brave, because she was determined to always show herself to her people. She was always on progress around the country. She liked the great court pageants. She wasn't going to hide away.
By far the biggest threat to Queen Elizabeth was her cousin, Mary Queen of Scots, a staunch Catholic. Many people thought that she was the rightful heir to the throne of England, and throughout his career, Walsingham had to deal with a number of well-planned and well-funded plots to put her on the throne.
She was Walsingham's nemesis. She represented everything that he was trying to defend Elizabeth against. She was the great hope of Catholic England. Why don't we get Mary with her royal blood on the throne, get rid of this heretic queen? So the Catholics were saying. Walsingham made it his life's work to get rid of the Scottish queen and protect his royal mistress.
You could describe Mary Queen of Scots as Walsingham's nemesis, but it's even better to describe Walsingham as hers. She is his obsession. She is the Catholic legal heir to the throne of England and Ireland. She really does have an excellent claim in blood, which is why her son eventually succeeds. And she's got totally the wrong religion. So she terrifies English Protestants. And the prospect of having Elizabeth die naturally or unnaturally and Mary take over is the one thing that zealous Protestants have to stop.
Walsingham hated Catholics. Mary Queen of Scots was a Catholic. And as far as Walsingham was concerned, Mary Queen of Scots was public enemy number 1.
What news of our cousin, Walsingham?
She remains in Bolton Castle, Your Majesty. We monitor closely her correspondence. It appears she is in regular contact with the Spanish ambassador.
The very real and constant threat from Mary meant that Walsingham had her confined under house arrest in a number of stately homes, castles, and manor houses across England, where she had the illusion of privacy. But in reality, her movements and contacts were carefully monitored.
Walsingham was spying on Mary Queen of Scots more than anybody else in the world. She was the main threat. And he had his double agents in the castles where she was being imprisoned. He was intercepting her letters. He had people at her court, because obviously she was the Queen of Scots and had been the Queen of France. She held her own court, even in prison. And he was infiltrating all of these groups. He knew everything that Mary Queen of Scots was doing and plotting.
Mary Queen of Scots may have been under the impression that she had her own private household. There was, in fact, no such thing as privacy for her. As her imprisonment went on, Walsingham placed more and more spies among her household ladies who were reporting back her every word, almost her every thought. They were asking her opinion, drawing information out of her. And Mary seems to have been unsuspecting for much of that time. She didn't realise that everything she did was being reported straight back to the great Spymaster.
Most important of all was that one of her messengers, one of her couriers, had been suborned by Walsingham, and so that all the messages that she was smuggling out to the French ambassador's house were actually being opened, read, deciphered, and then replaced after copies had been made, so that Walsingham knew exactly what she was writing in terms of her correspondence. So Mary was spied upon very, very closely, but at the same time, she was cut off for the most part for many years from the outside world. So it was about isolating her and monitoring her, and they did that very successfully right to the end of her life.
Bess! Take this personally to Norfolk and no other.
Yes, madam.
To counter the threats against the Queen and the throne of England, Walsingham developed and expanded the formidable spy and intelligence network that Thomas Cromwell, Henry VIII's first minister, had set up. But his agents were more than just paid informants. They were carefully recruited and trained in how to break the different codes used by plotters in their correspondence, as well as the art of creating invisible ink documents.
Tell me, Shivers, what do you see in this document?
It's a Roman code, my lord. The Banijay cipher, I believe.
Well done. It is indeed. Oh. How does it work?
In the manner of a knight in chess, my lord. 2 letters down and 1 across.
Excellent, More. The cipher is revealed.
Decoding is one of the great skills of the age. Breaking ciphers is a particular art which people learn and which they apply in government service. It's really very difficult because ciphers are supposed to be good. They aren't just symbols instead of words. They actually rearrange the orders of sentences and put in gobbledygook at times. So what you need is somebody who has this sort of Times crossword solving mentality, but simply loves a challenge like that. And Walsingham finds the perfect guy, Thomas Phillips, who remains his private secretary and is just an ace codebreaker.
Walsingham and his number 2, Phillips, were particularly good at coding and decoding, and they recognized the importance of it. They used it a great deal themselves. They really specialized in it, and they had to do that because you can't send your message in plain handwriting if it might be uncovered accidentally. So various means were used. There was secret ink, there was concealment. You know, they're 2 slightly different things. And there was, what we've now come to call cryptology too, although that developed much more a bit later.
What does this document say?
My dear ambassador, I trust this letter finds you well.
Everything that Walsingham did, all the paid spies and the torture and the blackmail and moving spies around and playing them off against each other, came down to information. He wanted information so that he knew what was going to happen. He wasn't so concerned with what had already happened. He wanted to know what was going to happen in order to be several steps ahead of the game, to protect Elizabeth, to protect the country. And he wanted to protect Protestantism in England because he was fanatically anti-Catholic.
The time has come, my friend, to awaken the sleeping dogs and release them on the heathen bitch.
Invisible ink, one of the most important tools of our craft.
Dr. James Daybell from Plymouth University is an expert on codes and ciphers, as well as how to create and use invisible ink.
In the 16th and 17th century, we have a series of recipes for invisible ink that are printed in household manuals. And I have one of these recipes here in front of me, and I'll just read it to you. It's from a book published in London in 1660 by Johann Jakob Wecker, 18 Books of Secrets of Art. And it reads, if you write with juice of a lemon, orange, onion, or any sharp thing almost, if you heat it at the fire, their sharpness will presently discover them. And what I'm going to demonstrate now is how this would have been used at the time. I'm going to dip the biro head into the lemon, trying not to get any of the flesh of the lemon, and then I'm merely going to write on the page here. And you can just about make out the moisture, the liquid on the page. I'm going to write the word traitor. This would, of course, be much better if the ink were put into some kind of receptacle and I had a quill pen. Now, this would normally take several hours to dry. And what you would do when you were using invisible ink is you would have a sheet of paper which may have a letter on it already, and then you could use the blank space of the manuscript page to write your invisible lemon juice message, or you could write it interlinearly. So you could write it in between the lines of the letter. What I will do now is I will demonstrate to you how you reveal the secret message in invisible ink. And I will do this first by lighting a candle. This is quite a delicate technique, because if you put the paper too close to the candle flame, you are quite likely to burn the paper. We'll give it a try and see how this works. So as you can see, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start moving the candle over the flame. And what should appear is a series of letters. I've got to try very hard not to burn this. As you can see, it's singeing slightly, but we can just about make out the letters as they appear. And you can see that as the lemon juice is heated by the flame, what we have is a sort of dark brown stain appearing that reveals the letter. And there we are. We have the final reveal. The lemon juice message, the invisible ink, is now discernible to the naked eye, and we have the word traitor.
Walsingham's spy network was made up of a vast web of informants and agents that stretched right across Europe. This allowed him to trace lines of communication between Catholics both in England and abroad, and keep track of any plots. Walsingham even established a spy school to provide formal training for recruits.
It was incredibly pervasive and sophisticated. He developed new methods of gathering information. He had spies everywhere, not just in his own kingdom, but across Europe.
There are two different types of people who tend to become Walsingham's agents. One is just a ne'er-do-well who likes living dangerously, enjoys cheating on people, and basically doesn't want regular work. He wants short-term, exciting, skullduggery work. The other and more useful type of agent is a reluctant Roman Catholic. That is somebody who actually wanted to serve the Catholic cause against Elizabeth's government, has been caught by Walsingham and offered his life and freedom in exchange for changing sides. And because these people know that they're going to suffer a horrible death if they don't produce the goods, they produce them very well. The big difference between the world of Sir Francis Walsingham and the world of James Bond is that people like Bond are highly professional, well-trained permanent agents. And basically, Walsingham's agents are either turncoats or the scum of the earth who are looking for a quick pound by dirty means.
What is your business here, and what is your name?
Many people believe that Walsingham was the founding father of the modern spy and espionage networks that are still in operation around the world today. Alan Judd is a career diplomat and intelligence specialist who studied Walsingham's career in detail.
According to one estimate, Walsingham had about 59 agents, spies in Europe at one time. There may have been others we don't know about, but many of those would have been couriers. Some of them would have been the people who actually had the physical access to the information. Others would have been people who had to go and pay people, because pay was very important. It cost quite a lot of money to do that. You might be getting your information by bribing someone at the court in Paris, who might be quite loyal, except that he's corruptible. And that's going to cost quite a lot of money, rather more than you're paying your courier, probably.
One of the great difficulties facing the intelligence agencies, whether we're talking today, 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, is not just gathering information in the first place, it's communicating it back either to headquarters or to those whose job it is to act upon it. We can look in Roman times, and Caesar had his different codes, the way that information could be communicated, that even if it fell into enemy hands, could not be understood clearly. And Walsingham was exactly the same. His fondness for codes and ciphers was absolutely fundamental to all the work he did. There was no point gathering information on a suspected plot if that was then discovered by those plotting. So he had to ensure that those people gathering the information and providing it could send it back to wherever he was based without risk of it being compromised.
Professor James Daybell from Plymouth University has analysed one of the actual ciphers used by Mary Queen of Scots in her secret correspondence.
Walsingham wasn't the only person who used ciphers in early modern England. His arch nemesis, Mary Queen of Scots, also had a very complicated cipher system that she used. And in fact, her cipher secretary would encrypt her correspondence with her conspirators who were trying to place her on the throne. And what we have here is an example of the cipher alphabet that was probably captured by Walsingham and used as evidence during Mary's trial, and also used to decode the letters that she was sending to the conspirators who were trying to put her on the throne. And it has two main elements. And firstly, we can see at the top that it has an alphabet. So we have the letters A to Z over here, and what you would have is a series of symbols or numbers or other letters that would denote each of the letters of the alphabet. What is complex about this system is it's not just employing one standard alphabet, but it is what is called a polyalphabetical system. So it is using multiple alphabets. And what we can see is we in fact have 1, 2, 3, 4 different alphabetical systems that would be used interchangeably to make the letters even more difficult to crack. We then come down to these columns, and the word here is nulls. And these are essentially red herrings. They are red herrings that would be put in to confuse anyone who was trying to decrypt these letters through frequency analysis. These are basically meaningless. Then we come to a third element, which is the code words. And what you see is you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns here, and a series of words, and in the column by the side of them, what we have is a series of symbols that you would put in place, you would substitute in place of those words in the letter. So, for example, when Mary wanted to write a simple sentence, she would select one of these symbols to denote the words that we have in this column. So, for example, she might want to say that the King of Spain, and she would use this symbol here, met the Earl of Sussex, using this symbol here, in Italy, she would use this symbol here, and spoke about Her Majesty, using this symbol here, and that he gave counsel to her, which is this symbol here, which she would use this. She would use this symbol here, which would use this symbol here. And so what you would effectively have is a random sentence made up of symbols that would be totally unintelligible to anyone who did not have this cipher alphabet. And it meant that Mary could correspond very, very secretly with those who were trying to put her on the throne and assassinate Elizabeth I.
The fundamentals of spying haven't really changed throughout history because the fundamentals are us. They're human beings, human motivation. It's, often said to be the second oldest profession, and it's not changed very much, as I guess the first oldest profession, the most old profession probably hasn't. But the techniques, the means for transmitting information, those are what have changed significantly. Although the kind used in the Reformation, secret writing, secret messages, things put into barrels, and all that sort of thing, that continued well into the 20th century and may still be in operation now. I mean, I don't know how ISIL transmit their messages, but they're very alive to mobile phone interception. They probably use runners, and they will probably carry them in some coded form.
Clever. Rather than doing one,
Yes.
we use 3.
Mary Queen of Scots was public enemy number 1 for Walsingham. To disrupt her life as much as possible, she was moved around from one residence to another. He also made sure to plant spies and informants among her personal staff, who reported her movements back to him. She, of course, had no idea about the level of scrutiny she was under. So when Walsingham discovered that she was corresponding with a group of Catholic plotters led by the young Anthony Babington, he seized his chance.
The Babington plot is part farce and part tragedy. It's a real plot by a bunch of silly young Catholic men, led by an exceptionally stupid young Catholic man called Anthony Babington. He's handsome, he's dashing, he's immensely popular, he's immensely rich, and he's immensely wild. And he gets the idea of murdering Elizabeth and putting Mary on the throne. What the plot serves to do is give Walsingham and his network a way of nailing Mary. Because having found out about the plotters through a double agent, Walsingham actually opens a channel of communication between the imprisoned Mary and the plotters, which he himself establishes through double agents, and he himself monitors. So it's the perfect entrapment scenario, and he perfectly traps Mary.
Walsingham was using his double agents, a guy called Gifford and another one called Morgan, who basically came up with this ridiculous idea of letters going backwards and forwards from Babington to Mary, in beer barrels.
Little did she know that the beer barrel was a device used by Walsingham so that she could send messages out that he could then unplug from the beer barrel, have deciphered, and then let her continue plotting until he got to the point where he could incriminate her in a conspiracy.
The Babington conspiracy was effectively entrapment on Walsingham's part. He wanted to bide his time, give Mary enough rope to effectively hang herself, and that's exactly what he did. He was a patient man, and while those around him were urging him to bring the conspiracy to a conclusion, he wanted more. He wanted more direct evidence. It wasn't enough that Mary was receiving these letters from the conspirators. He wanted a letter from her that categorically stated her own involvement. And that's the prize he waited for, and he got it.
In 1585, Mary answered a letter from Anthony Babington where he revealed to her his plans to free her and also his plans for an assassination against Elizabeth. She replied to that, but not agreeing in point of fact to the assassination. That letter came into the hands of Thomas Phillips and Walsingham, and a postscript was added by them, which implicated Mary directly in the Babington plot. So Mary knew about the plot, but part of the evidence against her was doctored, but it convinced Elizabeth that Mary was planning to have her assassinated, and it was that that led her to agree, albeit reluctantly, for Mary to be put on trial.
This is a document from the National Archives that we know as the Babington cipher. This was the cipher alphabet that Anthony Babington, the Catholic conspirator, used in correspondence with Mary Queen of Scots. And you can see here these various sort of squiggles or symbols that denote various words have been decrypted. And we assume that this is the hand of Thomas Phillips, the master Elizabethan cryptographer working in the service of Walsingham. We can see down at the bottom that it has been signed by Anthony Babington. And what is telling is that it appears from this sentence here that Babington has confessed about this cipher, perhaps under duress, perhaps under torture. And it says, "This last is the alphabet by which only I have written unto the Queen of Scots or received letters from her." And he signs it here, Anthony Babington.
Now in possession of written evidence that connected Mary to a plot to assassinate Queen Elizabeth, Walsingham moved quickly to seal her fate.
Walsingham had no hesitation. When he had this letter from Mary Queen of Scots, he had in front of him in black and white, she was plotting to kill Elizabeth. He confidently went to Elizabeth, who famously prevaricated when it came to dealing with the Queen of Scots, but surely now she had to do something. No. Elizabeth continued to hesitate, and you can see why. She was setting a very dangerous precedent in convicting an anointed queen, in having an anointed queen put to death. What's to say somebody couldn't come along and do the same to her?
Elizabeth had very good reasons for not wanting Mary to be put on trial and certainly not wanting her to be executed. It took until October for the trial to take place. And when it did take place, Elizabeth did not want a sentence to be given, because once the sentence was given, she would be forced into a position of either agreeing to an act of pardon or in signing a death warrant. And she knew her privy councillors would put a huge amount of pressure on her not to give a pardon.
The Queen refuses to sign her death warrant.
The longer she lives, the greater the threat.
Then we must act for her, on her behalf, in her own interests. Gentlemen, I have here a document that will see an end to all this. It already has 4 signatures. I need but 2 more. Edmund.
Mary Queen of Scots was finally executed on the 8th of February, 1587. On Walsingham's orders, the body was then stripped of all its clothing and then burned so that no relic survived.
It's February the 8th, 1587. The Catholic Mary Queen of Scots walks down the staircase of Fotheringay Castle into the Great Hall. Waiting for her is a block, a basket, and an executioner. Mary was wearing a black dress. She took it off, and beneath was a red petticoat, blood red, the sign of a Catholic martyr. Then one of her maids placed a white handkerchief around her face, and she knelt down and placed her neck on the block. Then the executioner, Simon Bull, took up his axe and made the first blow to take off her head, and it bit into the back of her head. The crowd was absolutely horrified, and Mary turned her head towards the executioner and uttered the words, "Sweet Jesus." She then placed her neck back on the block, and Simon Bull took the second blow, which still didn't sever the neck. And the head was hanging from the last sinews of her neck down the block when Simon Bull took his pocket knife out, grabbed hold of the head and cut the last sinews of Mary's neck, and the head dropped into the basket. It was then customary for the executioner to take the head out of the basket and hold it aloft in front of the crowd as the Dean of Peterborough shouted the words, "So perish all enemies of Queen Elizabeth."
The execution of Mary, Queen of Scots, was not as one might have hoped for an anointed queen. It took several blows of the axe to sever her head, and then when the executioner held her head aloft, he held it by the hair, which was in fact a wig, and the head dropped away. It was almost farcical had it not been so gruesome.
Elizabeth was full of remorse at the death of her cousin and the killing of a queen. She blamed Walsingham for forcing her to do it, and he fell out of favour because of it. How true was all that? Was she really full of remorse? Or was that an act? And was she really saying, "Thank goodness we've got rid of this troublesome woman"?
The great Spymaster remained out of royal favour until his death in 1590. It was a sad end for a man who had devoted his life's work to protecting a queen who now shunned him. To add insult to injury, Elizabeth had never agreed to proper funding for his espionage work. So Walsingham had put most of his own money into making sure his spy network was a success, and was never repaid. It's rumored that he was so deep in debt at the end that he was buried at night, so that his creditors wouldn't steal his coffin.
The man that saved the life of the Queen, kept her on the throne for the best part of 60 years, defeated all of the Catholic plots to assassinate her and invade England. Nearly bankrupt because of the fact that no one paid for the spy network apart from him. She never came to see him. She didn't treat him well.
The reality of Elizabeth's relationship with Walsingham was that she was grateful for the efficiency of the work that he did, the service that he would give her, in the hard work that he put in, but she was also suspicious of him. She believed that he was too Protestant for her good, and that sometimes his loyalties went beyond his loyalty to her as a monarch and went to Protestants who were overseas and to the Protestant church in general in a way that she didn't fully approve of.
Certainly, the whole controversy around the signing of the death warrant of Mary Queen of Scots had an incredibly negative effect on Elizabeth's relationship with Walsingham. I think there's a sense of disillusionment on Walsingham's part. He had served her utterly faithfully all this time, but the way in which she dealt with the whole affair and tried to distance herself from it, I think, did lose some respect by Walsingham. Their relationship did recover ultimately, but by then he was a dying man.
Walsingham had inherited an embryonic spy network from Thomas Cromwell, which he greatly enlarged and expanded, finally building one of the largest intelligence operations in the world. It was the foundation for today's British Secret Service. But without doubt, his greatest legacy was the length and success of Queen Elizabeth's reign. At the time, no one thought she would survive for more than a few years. But in the end, she spent over 4 decades on the throne, in a period now known as the Golden Age.
I think there can be no doubt whatsoever that Walsingham saved Elizabeth's life. I think without him and without his spy network, she would have died much sooner, and it would not have been a natural death. She would have been assassinated. She owed her life to Francis Walsingham.
The real achievement of Walsingham and his spy network is to change British history by destroying Mary Queen of Scots, who is the legal heir to the English throne and the lost Catholic heir for 100 years.
He could be seen quite legitimately, I think, as in some ways the founder of what might be seen as the modern Secret Service. He used the intelligence devices of the CIA today, for example, or MI6 or MI5, in a way that was appropriate to the Elizabethan period.
Quite simply, Francis Walsingham was the best spymaster that this country's ever had.
Cardinal Richelieu was a ruthlessly ambitious man who created an unrivaled intelligence network to protect King Louis XIII of France. A passionate Catholic, Richelieu mistrusted the Protestant Huguenots who were plotting to overthrow the king, and he established an extraordinary network of spies, informers, and double agents to counter the threats from within the French court itself. He rose to become the most powerful and feared man in France.
Cardinal Richelieu grew up in the church, but his real passion was politics, political intrigue, and espionage.
Cardinal Richelieu was probably one of the greatest spy masters ever. He had a passionate devotion to king and country and a Machiavellian mind that was ruthless in getting what it wanted.
I think Richelieu was very neurotic and unpopular. Nobody really liked him. The moment he died, there was a sigh of relief throughout France.
I think that Cardinal Richelieu used his crimson robes as a cloth of convenience. Yes, he was a man of the church, but deep down, he was nothing more than a ruthless politician and spy master.
Cardinal Armand de Richelieu was born in Paris in September 1585. He was a smart but sickly child, blessed with a sharp intelligence, which served him well as he worked his way up through the church, until eventually in 1622, Pope Gregory appointed him a cardinal. But serving the monarchy, not God, was his real calling. And thanks to Marie de Medici, the Queen Mother and regent to young King Louis, he was appointed to the royal court. It was a remarkable rise to power, given that he was not quite 40 years old.
Very rapidly, he rose through the ranks and became the king's chief minister. He undertook that role for 18 years, basically to his death. And he gave the king what the king wanted.
The king, at the time, Louis XIII, had come to reign, but he was very, very young. And so, in his stead, ruling as regent was Maria de Medici, his mother. And she led a very corrupt government. Everybody was in it for themselves. Everybody was in it for the money. And there was a lot of backstabbing going on, quite literal backstabbing going on. Now, Richelieu was very, very good at politics. So he was very good at intervening between particular warring factors. And because of it, each time just sort of took another step up the ladder to promotion and ended up being an extremely useful asset to the royal family.
Although Richelieu was a cardinal, at heart he had the idea that he must fight for everything, and political intrigue just came second nature to him. So it's hard to unravel where the cardinal ended and the political intrigue began, but I think the overlap was total.
'17th century France was racked with crises and disaffection with the monarchy, most of it aimed at King Louis himself. He was an arrogant man who spent lavishly on parties, on art, and the finer things in life. To support this lifestyle, he had to tax his country heavily, and this made him unpopular with both his people and even those in his own court.
Louis XIII was a product of his time, very much so. He was thought of as quite effeminate. There were rumours about his sexuality. He spent all his time visiting tailors, visiting musicians, visiting the arts, and building sort of gorgeous-looking palaces. But he was never thought of really as a strong man. And so you needed somebody like Richelieu, for example, to be this strong man to stop the plots, stop the treasonous thoughts that were going on. Louis's own brother is plotting against him at one point. You've got states within states in the cities down in the south suddenly going, right, well, we're not sending you our taxes. We're going to build our own sort of little country down here. So he was never thought of as a strong person. That's why Richelieu was needed. Otherwise, France could possibly have collapsed.
The plots against Louis XIII were varied and numerous. Louis was vain, extravagant, and he wasn't liked.
The man who dedicated his life to protecting this unpopular king and the continuation of the French monarchy was Cardinal Richelieu.
Richelieu was totally dedicated to the king. Perhaps not because of the king's personality, but because the king represented France. And Richelieu was 100% patriotic. France was why he lived, why he worked.
Well, he was highly intelligent, very determined, no qualms of conscience. But he was what you would now call a product of the security state. He liked conspiracies and plots, and he used them to create a situation where he could strengthen his hold over the king and the council and over France itself. Beautifully simple.
One of the greatest threats against the king was from the Huguenots, a fiercely Protestant sect who controlled some of the major cities in central and southern France, and who were bitterly opposed to the Catholic monarchy and all it stood for. As a result, Richelieu came down hard on them, essentially seeing them as a terrorist organization.
The Huguenots were a Protestant minority in a Catholic country. They were abused, tortured, executed, slaughtered by the Catholics. They hated the idea of Louis XIII having what was called the divine right of kings, which led to all of the debauchery within his court. And basically, they took every opportunity to disrupt, protest, and eventually plot to kill the king.
The Huguenots were mostly sort of in the southern areas of France, in central France, and they were Protestants. They came out of the wars of religion within France, and they didn't like the king. The king's Catholic. He comes from a Catholic background, and they're trying to break away from that, almost creating a state within a state by sort of bricking up the city and just saying, we're not letting anybody from royalty within it. Richelieu hated this, obviously, because he couldn't get his foot through that door, and he wanted his spies in there. He wanted to control everything. And it's impossible for the king to be the top of the pyramid, controlling everything below it, if bits of the pyramid keep breaking off and saying, we're not in your gang anymore. And so to him, he needed to get rid of the Huguenots. He needed to get rid of the Protestants. He needed to consolidate all power within France within one political and religious system.
The Huguenots were the biggest Protestant movement within France, and France, of course, was Catholic. And, of course, Richelieu was a Catholic cardinal. And they did, potentially anyway, represent a huge threat to the king. Not perhaps for obvious reasons, not because of their religion per se, but because they represented a political threat. Because they were effectively trying to establish a republic, their own republic, obviously, within a monarchy. And, of course, that could not be allowed to happen.
In 1626, in a move to rid France of the Huguenot threat, the king's forces laid siege to the city of Realmont in southern France. After about a year, with conditions in the city deteriorating rapidly, the Huguenots tried to smuggle out a coded message to their allies.
This was intercepted by the king's men, who gave it to a local man called Antoine Rossignol, who was known, he was a mathematician, he was known for his expertise with codes and code breaking. And he basically decoded it within an hour. And the king's men then used the code, wrote a reply in this code, sent it back into the besieged town, and at which point the Huguenots thought there's no point in pursuing this anymore, we give up. And so end of siege. And that was the moment that brought Antoine Rossignol, the code breaker, the master code breaker, to the attention of Richelieu.
Bolstered by the crushing of the Huguenot siege, and aware of the vast and powerful intelligence network that had been built up in England under successive spymasters, Richelieu set about creating a worthy equal. He recruited dozens of highly skilled, literate and numerate agents who fanned out across France to detect all manner of threats, plots and treasonous activities. Like their contemporaries in England, they were trained to become experts in codes and ciphers, in the use of invisible ink, as well as interrogation methods and eavesdropping.
Cardinal Richelieu obviously had an absolute natural talent for intrigue, for spying, for running spies, for having his ear to the ground, and for dealing ruthlessly with those who basically opposed his interests, which were also the interests of France, which is the way he saw it.
He had spies all over France. He had people intercepting couriers. When he realized through his spies among her ladies in waiting that the Queen herself was writing to her brother when France and Spain were at war, he sent the Chancellor of France actually to search in her body, in her dress, in her bosom for these letters which she'd hidden there. He would stop at nothing.
As ruthless as Richelieu was, he was also a realist and knew that monitoring people, surveillance and other espionage activities all took their time. A man who knows this all too well is Dr. Michael Goodman, an intelligence expert and analyst at King's College in London.
A lot of intelligence work is really piecing together pieces of a jigsaw. It's not waiting for the smoking gun piece of information that will change everything, as nice as that would be. But the much more mundane reality of it is piecing together different snippets of information which, taken individually, may not mean very much, but taken en masse will mean something totally different. And we can look at the very successful networks set up in France in the First and Second World War, called the Dom Blanche networks, where you had a series of people which on the face of it produced very unexciting, very boring intelligence, but actually built up over a period of time showed just how slowly the Germans were able to resupply their front lines. And actually that was vital, much more important than just a single piece of intelligence could have been.
Now, Rossignol, I need something special from you. Something that is so complex, so labyrinthine, that no one, and I mean no one, will be able to decipher it. Yes, Your Eminence. I don't want anybody knowing the contents of these letters.
Your Eminence.
Perhaps Cardinal Richelieu's greatest achievement was Le Grand Chiffre, or the Great Cipher, which his new codebreaker-in-chief, Antoine Rossignol, had developed for him. It was said to be unbreakable and allowed Richelieu and his agents to send encoded messages to each other throughout Europe without detection. It was so successful, in fact, that it remained in use by successive French governments until the early 19th century.
This was a device, a table that encoded messages that he could then send to others, and so long as they'd got the cipher, they could then read the message. It was so good that it actually lasted in the French Secret Service for the best part of 200 years.
When you're sending messages backwards and forwards, obviously the biggest threat is that they're going to be intercepted, and Richelieu was very, very good at intercepting messages. So you start sending them as codes and ciphers. Now, thankfully, he had a fantastic mathematician in his early 20s called Rossignol, and he was very, very good at breaking ciphers. So much so, he even invented a cipher called the Grand Cipher, and it remained unbroken for hundreds of years. Now, normally the way the cipher worked, you would take a letter, replace it with a number or a symbol, and so on. What he did was he created a cipher which replaced syllables rather than individual letters. So people were having a go at guessing what these particular numbers meant. And in reality, they were guessing at the wrong thing. They were trying to guess letters instead of trying to guess what a phrase was and so on. And it took a very, very long time, years after everybody had died, for them to break this cipher.
It was a work of complete genius, because normally in codes, numbers represent individual letters. In Rossignol's code, numbers represented whole syllables. Not only that, but he inserted passages of complete rubbish, complete gibberish, with a little precursor, little thing, in code, of course, saying rubbish is coming up now. But obviously, you'd have to know the code in order to see that. And if you were trying to break the code without any knowledge of that, you'd waste most of your time, with the rubbish. So it was a work of genius.
Dr. James Daybell from Plymouth University in England is an expert on historical codes and ciphers. He studied Rossignol's Grand Cipher and believes it really was a work of great complexity and ingenuity.
Antoine Rossignol was the master codebreaker in the employ of Cardinal Richelieu, and he is famous for developing, along with his son, the Great Cipher. And this is what we have an example of here. This is a cipher that operates through numbers rather than merely through letters. So when you were to look at a page of writing that was encrypted using this cipher, all you would have is a series of numbers. And it was used to encrypt syllables, letters, and words. And we can see this very, very clearly in what we have here. We have 4 columns, 1, 2, 3, 4, and a series of words. And each word is assigned a particular number. And we have here the column with words beginning with G, General, down to Grande, moving into H. We have over here Loin, Occasion, and Prochaine. And each are assigned particular number values. General, for example, is assigned the number 15. Now, in its simple form, this kind of cipher system was incredibly easy to crack. Indeed, Rossignol was able to crack the Huguenot, the French Protestant codes, working in this way. Because basically what would happen is all the words that you wanted to encrypt would be in alphabetical order, and then you would merely assign them a numerical value in ascending order. If, for example, you have a number 35, you know that 35 is going to be between 15 and 50, and so you know that it's somewhere between General and Gueux. So you're looking for that. Now, what was remarkable about what Rossignol did was that he made this even more complicated. Rather than using a numerical system that went down in ascending order, the numbers were ascribed randomly. And so what you have is a random assortment of numbers throughout. What this means is that this is an incredibly difficult code to crack. Also, he used syllables rather than letters, which totally foxed people. This was such a sensitive document, such a sensitive form of alphabet, that anyone serving in Richelieu's army who was caught either owning a copy or indeed, more importantly, using a copy would be executed, which is testimony to the extraordinary power of this particular cipher. Absolutely remarkable cipher that stood the test of time.
Convinced that many of the plots to topple King Louis were being planned and discussed within the royal court itself, Richelieu set up something called the Cabinet Noir, or the Black Room, right next to the king's chambers in the palace. It was a secret department that monitored all the correspondence in and out of the royal court. It was a listening post, which allowed Richelieu to keep a close watch on what everyone was up to without their knowledge. And it operated in total secrecy. No one was to know of its existence, who was in it, or what it did.
The Black Cabinet was Richelieu's masterpiece. Imagine the scene. Right in the centre of the royal palace is this room. You go through the ballroom, through a secret door, and inside this room are dozens of agents. Encoding, decoding, opening mail, steaming it open, breaking seals, reading messages, reading letters. This room was nothing less than a Secret Service operations centre set up inside a royal palace.
Cabinet Noir is the black ops of the day. It's what we would do nowadays by snooping and going through people's emails and finding out the messages that are going backwards and forwards. And the people sending the messages have no idea this is going on. But that's how Richelieu did so well at knowing the knowledge that this person's plotting with this person because he's gone through their emails.
You know, sometimes it would just be sort of gossip and salacious innuendo about the ladies at the court or something, who was sleeping with who. But let's not forget that all knowledge is power, so even that might have come in useful. But, I mean, all the way through to from attempted money laundering or theft or to assassination plots against the king. So Richelieu, through his Cabinet Noir, was pretty much ahead of the game.
Cabinet Noir was probably Richelieu's masterstroke. It's the room where all the post goes, basically. And our equivalent, I would say, today is GCHQ, where they can look at everybody's emails, look at everybody's posts, see the messages coming back. It's a listening post. So the post coming through the palace would have to go through them to get to wherever it's going. They would steam open these letters, read everything. This is where he learnt about the plots against the king's life. This is where he would find one faction teaming up with another faction politically, trying to overthrow this, that, and the other. And it was his greatest spying achievement, I would say. There's certain things in there that you could use as blackmail, because this person's sleeping with this person, and Richelieu had no problem with blackmailing somebody. He had no problem with getting these people locked up for this reason and so on like that. To him, reading these letters was possibly the most important thing to do. They'd seal them back up again, send them off, and nobody knew that he'd actually read through these things.
Modern intelligence analysts believe that Cardinal Richelieu was one of the founding fathers of the great spy networks we know today, like the CIA and MI6. Alan Judd is a career British diplomat and intelligence expert who studied the espionage work of Cardinal Richelieu, and especially his use of monitoring and interception.
I think Richelieu's establishment of the Black Cabinet, I think it was called in Paris, to coordinate counter-espionage operations and interception and so on, was a very marked change from what had gone before. It was much more organized. But it actually happened in this country in the 17th century as well, with the establishment of the post office in legal form, which from the very start had a special room at the back and a man employed to go in every night and open whatever mail he thought might be worth opening. And this was integral to the setting up of the post office, for the king to control the post in order to be able to intercept it.
Intercepting communications has always been a vital part of intelligence work. Whether we think in terms of Richelieu's Black Cabinet and the listening posts he created, we could talk about the tunnel that was constructed underneath Berlin at the height of the Cold War by British and American intelligence, designed to tap into the cables that ran from the Soviet zone backwards and listen to all of the military communications going on. We could also think about more recent disclosures made by Edward Snowden about how the NSA supposedly listens to all of our communication and knows who's talking to what about when and who. And what this really shows is how information is king. Knowing who is talking to whom and what they are saying is absolutely vital. And even if a specific piece of information doesn't tell you very much, it's building up a picture over a number of weeks, months and years that can really show you a lot of information itself. So often it will not be the information, but rather the details about who is talking to who else.
Some of the most interesting intelligence to come out of the Cabinet Noir was news of Huguenot plots to assassinate the king. Richelieu claimed that his #1 priority was to rid his country of what he saw as the curse of the Huguenots. So when, in 1627, the port town of La Rochelle on the southwest coast of France rose up in open rebellion, claiming its independence from France, he surrounded the town and cut off all its supplies.
Well, of course, the Huguenots clung together because the outside world in France was getting more and more hostile. And their last hurrah, basically, was the siege of La Rochelle being a town on the west coast of France. And Huguenots packed into the town. And basically, the king's men, shall we say, but with Richelieu actually personally at their head, surrounded the town. There were 25,000 Huguenots in there. For a year, they were besieged, and in the end, there were only 5,000 out of the 25,000 people left, and they, of course, were terribly weak. And then, in a moment of brilliance, Richelieu got the king himself to ride at the head of the troops going into lifting the siege. as if the king had had anything to do with it personally, but of course it appealed to the king's vanity, and of course it boosted his image. But Richelieu had done everything.
As far as Richelieu and the French court were considering these people, they considered them to be extremist, fundamentalist terrorists forming their own country within their own country. So the problem they had was if these people had teamed up with some of the other sort of little city-states, and then you had another Protestant country like Britain coming over, you could have created a massive army and France would have fallen quite easily.
The siege at La Rochelle represented Richelieu's crowning achievement because he'd actually succeeded in, first of all, corralling all his internal Huguenot enemies in one place. And then he managed to keep them there without them getting any external aid whatsoever, basically starved them out. And once that had happened, that particular threat was over. I mean, the stability of France resettled, and the king could breathe again. Actually, it's difficult to overestimate the importance of La Rochelle, of the siege there. It's very like if today you managed to get all of Al-Qaeda in one town and basically kept them there until most of them starved or the rest just surrendered. I mean, it's as big as that.
In film and television, Cardinal Richelieu is forever associated with the infamous and dashing musketeers. But was this all just a work of fiction by Alexandre Dumas, or was there some truth behind the legend?
Well, certainly Alexandre Dumas made the whole idea of musketeers very romantic and swashbuckling, and we all know all for one for all, etc. But there were musketeers, they're basically riflemen, soldiers who used muskets. And there were two lots of musketeers at Louis XIII's court. There were his own personal bodyguard, made of basically lower nobility, and then there were Richelieu's own bodyguard, made of pretty similar but a different clique. And they were rivals.
The king created a bodyguard, and they were his musketeers. And what he did was he took some cavalrymen and basically gave them guns and went, there you go, you are now the musketeers, the royal bodyguard. Richelieu realised, with all the threats, were not just to the king, they were to him as well, he needed a bodyguard. So instead of calling them like the king's bodyguard like they were, he thought, I'll be a bit humble, I'll just call them musketeers, named after them, like a junior version of that. So there were two sets of them. And they absolutely hated each other. Made worse years later by the fact that they were actually joined together as one unit instead of these two units, and that probably destroyed the musketeers themselves from infighting with it between themselves.
The Musketeers fast became one of the most sought-after military companies to join. It was also a handy way for the lower French nobility to rise in social status. But it wasn't cheap. In order to become a musketeer, you had to provide your own horse, swords, clothing, and servant. Only the muskets and blue tabards were provided by the king. Historical reenactor Mark Griffin has studied the life of musketeers and talks us through their clothing, weapons, and their musket.
So what we have here is our actual musketeer. He's dressed in the blue tabard of the French royal household. He's got the French cross on. He's got silver and gold braid all over it. He's meant to look impressive. He's meant to be on display when the king's around, saying, look at what I can afford. I've got the best bodyguard in the world. Now, he's actually a bit like the modern special forces. He's just not an ordinary soldier. He can ride. He can use a sword and a dagger. He can use his musket. He's a multi-purpose weapon. These musketeers are notorious for being in the forefront of attacks. King Louis XIII had musketeers shot next to him in battle, so they're always in the thick of the action. So let's have a look at what he's actually using. So what we have here is his rapier, a long, thin, slender weapon, ideal for dueling with, ideal for all those fights with the Cardinal Richelieu's guard. This is quite an expensive weapon, and most musketeers come from noble households. They may be junior sons, but they are certainly well equipped. You need to have a good personal income to be a musketeer. If you want to use another weapon, here we have a mangoche. Used in conjunction with the sword, this is going to make him into an incredibly effective soldier and indeed duelist. Dueling was all the rage in France, and all the stories about Cardinal Richelieu's men and the musketeers, that's also true. But of course, he can't be a musketeer without a musket. It's quite a cumbersome weapon. For that reason, he carries this rest here, which he'll use in battle to steady and help aim. Although saying aim doesn't really apply to this weapon. It only shoots very inaccurately, and literally you have to wait till you see the whites of their eyes. He's going to put gunpowder down here, put a slow-burning match in this end of the musket, and then aim and fire. Because he's carrying so much gunpowder, he's actually a bit of a liability to himself and his friends, not just the enemy. And so we've got a rather elaborate safety loading drill to go through before he actually fires.
Let me see the letter. When did we intercept this?
This morning, Your Eminence.
Cardinal Richelieu suffered with bad health throughout his life. He had recurrent fevers, migraines, and intestinal tuberculosis. And as he got older, he started working more and more from his bedchamber, still furiously uncovering and foiling plots. Chief among those plotters was the Marquis de Cinq-Mars, who had ambitions to gain greater political power and maybe even seize the throne of France. He conspired with a group of leading nobles, including the king's brother, the Duke of Orleans, to raise an armed rebellion against the throne with the help of Spain.
Richelieu very rarely made an error, but he made rather a large error when he took to court the Marquis de Cinq-Mars, who was a young noble. He was very young, he was only 19. And he took him to court with the whole idea of making him the king's favourite, whatever that might actually mean. And obviously he was there as a spy for Richelieu. But it backfired very badly because the young Marquis, once he was at court, started plotting on his own behalf, both against the king, with the king's own brother, and against Richelieu. Bad move.
The king's favourite, probably his boyfriend, the Marquis de Cinq-Mars, was plotting with Spain to murder Richelieu and to make peace. And his letter to Madrid was intercepted by a courier, and so Richelieu had proof which he could present to the king that Cinq-Mars, his beloved young favourite, was plotting against him.
We intercepted this letter from Blanchefort to Cinq-Mars.
Oh, Blanchefort, Huguenots are so tiresome. What does it say?
It says they're ready, sir.
Ready?
Yes.
Ready for what?
Oh, to raise an army against His Majesty.
Cinq-Mars had the job of master of the horse, or grand écuyer, called Monsieur le Grand, Mr. Big, literally. And he would follow the king into the council, but the secretaries of state chose a moment when he wasn't in the council to present the evidence to the king. And then Cinq-Mars was finished, and he was executed a few weeks later at Lyon. And it is said that Louis XIII looked at his watch and said, "Oh, Monsieur le Grand is having rather a bad moment now."
Cardinal Richelieu was a solitary figure, both feared and disliked in equal measure, but he was ruthlessly effective. He was responsible for establishing the absolute rule of the monarchy, seeing off the Huguenot threat and securing France as a major power in Europe. He built up a vast intelligence and spy network to rival anything that England had, and he introduced the idea of the Cabinet Noir, which was remarkably effective at sniffing out treason and plots. Even his greatest enemies had to admit that he was a master of intrigue and manipulation, and a slavish servant to France.
I think Richelieu had a love of order. You could almost call him obsessive compulsive. He wanted to create a very, very strong French state with the king at the top and everybody knowing their place. He wanted order, he wanted rules. He worked his socks off, you could say. He worked constantly trying to get everybody to fit in within a system that he saw. And I would say in modern day standards, we would probably call him obsessive compulsive.
There ought to be another term beyond workaholic to apply to Richelieu, because he was passionate about his spy mastering. He was passionate about uncovering plots. And even when he was very ill, and indeed even when he was on his deathbed, he was still working. He was running his office from his deathbed. He was still uncovering plots, and he was still dedicated to maintaining the stability of France.
I think we've got him at last. Many people wrote in their memoirs later that all France was living in fear of Monsieur le Cardinal. They didn't have to say Richelieu, Monsieur le Cardinal was enough. And they all felt relief when he died. I think it's not an exaggeration. People were frightened. And the king himself, by the end, was frightened of the Cardinal, because he'd probably listened to Cinq-Mars, his young favorite, saying, oh, why don't we get rid of this maddening Cardinal? I think he was on such a mission, convinced he was doing God's work, and the grandeur of France would help the Catholic religion, would help the king. I think he rather relished his unpopularity. It just showed he was right all along.
Cardinal Armand de Richelieu died on December the 4th, 1642, in the Palais Royal in Paris, with Louis XIII following him to the grave just 5 months later. It's fair to say that France did not mourn his passing, but even his greatest enemies would have to admit that his legacy to France matched or even exceeded that of any monarch. His ruthless spy and intelligence operation, both at home and abroad, kept King Louis and the monarchy alive through one of the darkest periods of French history. And his great cipher, one of the most celebrated secret codes in history, remained uncracked for over 2 centuries.
Richelieu's story is a fantastic one. He starts from very humble beginnings, rises to be the most powerful person in France, possibly within Europe, crushes the religious threat against him. And if that had succeeded, Europe today would have been a completely different place.
I think that Cardinal Richelieu used his crimson robes as a cloth of convenience. Yes, he was a man of the church, but deep down, he was nothing more than a ruthless politician and spy master.
Richelieu was possibly one of the greatest spy masters there ever was. He had a passionate devotion for king and country and order, and such a Machiavellian mind that could run the perfect espionage network.
I think you could argue that Richelieu's cabinet noir, his black cabinet, was a forerunner of later, much bigger, much more sophisticated eavesdropping and interception services, such as our own GCHQ or the American NSA, as was our own special room in the post office, which was from roughly the same period. So essentially, it's the recording and interception of communications that is what they do. And whether it's on a very small scale or a very large scale, it's the same game, basically.
Richelieu became one of the most powerful men in French history. His house was called a palace, which was unusual, the present Palais Royal. He became a cardinal, which is equivalent of being Prince of the Blood. He became a duke. His relations got some of the best jobs in France. His niece married the Prince de Condé, the cousin of the king. You couldn't really get higher than that. He became extremely rich, leaving a fortune of about 20 million livres. And he had the sign of sovereignty, which is his own bodyguard, his own musketeers. So he really ruled France.
Cardinal Richelieu was the archetypal Machiavellian, behind-the-scenes intriguer. He basically had his ear to the ground. He was very good at collating disparate bits of information about one's enemies.
I think Richelieu's greatest ability was to fit in. He was feared, but at the same time respected, and at the same time liked. I know that's a weird thing to do, but he managed to be one thing to one person and one thing to another. So if he wanted this person on side, he's the nicest man in the world. If he wants to get rid of this person, he's an evil leader that will put an iron fist down.
I think that had Richelieu not been at the French court, not worked as chief minister, the king, Louis XIII's life might have been much shorter and considerably less pleasant.
Some people refer to him as Henry VIII's pet dog. But Thomas Cromwell was much more than that. Realizing that the king faced serious threats from Catholics both at home and abroad, he created a formidable web of informants, spies, and double agents that gathered information across the land, warning him of impending plots and treason. What he started was the foundation of a new secret service.
Cromwell's spy network was vital for knowing what was going on, certainly in this country, but much more important, what was happening in Rome.
Catholics went from being your average person in the street, your neighbour, your friend, your family member, to being really considered to be little short of terrorists.
Cromwell was extraordinarily ruthless. He was certainly driven, he was very ambitious. But this was the arena that he was operating in. You had to be like that, not just to survive, but to thrive in Henry's court.
I think what Thomas Cromwell did and what he did for Henry VIII changed the course of history, possibly world history.
Thomas Cromwell was born in 1485 in southwest London. He spent much of his early life on the continent, initially fighting as a soldier in the French army, later becoming a merchant in Italy. He returned to England around 1512, studied law, and married a wealthy widow. In 1520, in a pivotal career move, he became legal secretary for Cardinal Wolsey, Henry VIII's right-hand man. Wolsey then became Cromwell's mentor and rapidly advanced his career, helping him to become a member of Parliament.
Wolsey and Cromwell were like two peas in a pod. They were both of humble birth. Wolsey was the son of a butcher, and of course Cromwell is the son of a blacksmith. That gave them something very important in common. It was a meeting of minds, and really they conspired very effectively for Cromwell's rise to greatness and also to protect Wolsey's position at court.
Cardinal Wolsey was the right-hand man of the king. Probably, next to the king, the most powerful person in the country. Wolsey had seen the potential of this ambitious young man and given him a job. Cromwell, of course, saw the potential of working for this powerful man and also saw the potential of furthering his career.
Cromwell was definitely Wolsey's protege. He learned a great deal from the Cardinal, who was all-powerful. He was the most powerful man in England, next to King Henry VIII himself. So Cromwell, I think, was inspired by Wolsey's example. Here was a low-born man who was now pretty much running the country, and it really did inspire Cromwell for his own rapid rise to power.
Thomas Cromwell was about as ambitious as it gets. He's somebody who is a total workaholic, totally dedicated, totally loyal. And as far as he's concerned, the sky's the limit. He begins as a hooligan in South London with a criminal dad and ends up an earl. That's about as good as it gets in Tudor England.
I think if we look at Spymasters, they share several characteristics. They all have to have a certain level of ruthlessness, I think. It's almost the Machiavellian, the ends justify the means. They have to have a certain goal that drives them. But equally, they have to be present and aware of the situations in which they're operating, I think. But certainly the ruthless determination to track down all those who oppose their government has to be key to all of them.
The biggest issue at the time was King Henry's desire to divorce himself from his queen, Catherine of Aragon, the sister of the King of Spain. Henry had long fallen out of love for her, with his affections now focused on a young Anne Boleyn. But Henry had scant grounds for any divorce, not to mention Catherine's popularity with the English people. It was a mess. And the man charged with sorting it out was Cardinal Wolsey, Henry's closest advisor.
There's only one issue of the day during the 1520s, and that is the divorce. Henry VIII is desperate to get rid of his first wife, Catherine of Aragon, and to marry Anne Boleyn. And like the spoilt child he is, he instructs his indulgent parent, Wolsey, to go and get it for him.
The big issue for anybody in England around 1530 is how the king gets rid of his wife and gets to marry the woman he loves and produce a child by her, a son to inherit his throne. And this is practically impossible because the Pope has decided not to award an annulment for the marriage.
Wolsey was a good Catholic, he was a cardinal. He knew that he hadn't got a cat's chance in hell of pulling this divorce off. His problem was he was trying to serve two masters, the King of England and the Pope, and he knew that he'd never manage it. All he could do was try and string it out as long as possible to keep his head. He must have been terrified.
Your Majesty, we have been conferring with the papal envoys for months. But I fear that the Holy Father will never give his assent to your divorcing Queen Catherine so that you may marry the Lady Anne.
Bastards! I will have my divorce and I will marry Anne. You have failed me, Wolsey. I told you what I wanted, and you have failed me!
I think Wolsey was in an increasingly impossible position. Talk about being caught between a rock and a hard place, because he couldn't get the divorce without alienating the Pope, and he had no intention of doing that. But equally, it was no mean feat to go to Henry VIII and tell him that you had failed.
Once it was clear that Wolsey had failed to convince the Pope and his cardinals to grant Henry a divorce, the ambitious and fiercely Protestant Cromwell devised a radical new plan, a plan that he hoped the king would like.
Cromwell's problem was exactly the same as Wolsey's, of course. Without the authority of the Pope, Henry couldn't have a divorce. And so Cromwell's plan B was quite simple and very ingenious. Set up your own church. Remove the Pope and put the king as head of the church. And that's what he did.
Wolsey's told the king that Rome will neither countenance divorce from Catherine nor marriage to Boleyn. None of it.
But what if there was another way?
Tell me more.
What if there was a new church? A Church of England, with Henry at its head?
Break from Rome?
Yes.
Cromwell, by 1533, was one of the most renowned lawyers in the world, so he was going to be good at finding all the legal justifications for a divorce, and that's what he did. But he also consulted the universities of Europe to get more of an ideological and sort of philosophical ground for the divorce. And of course, certain clauses from the Bible were invoked that said, you know, if you marry your brother's wife, then the marriage is cursed, effectively. And they made much of this, even though there was a clause that directly contradicted that further on in the Bible. They ignored that one and they chose to listen to this Leviticus, which said about not marrying your brother's wife.
It's right here. Leviticus 20:21. And if a man shall take his brother's wife, it is an unclean thing. He hath uncovered his brother's nakedness. They shall be childless. And there we have it. It's a great thing we're doing, Cranmer, for king and country.
Breaking with Rome and creating a new Church of England was a hugely radical plan. England, like all of Europe, was a staunchly Catholic nation, with the Pope a direct representative of God. To do away with that and make King Henry the new head of the Church was unthinkable in many circles.
It was such a seismic shift. We were a faithful Roman Catholic country. We had been for centuries. Now, suddenly, the king, not the Pope, is head of a new Church of England. And it has been identified as one of those moments in history where you can pinpoint the birth of our national identity.
Your Grace, I've been in discussions with Archbishop Cranmer, and I think we may have found a solution to your problem. This is a proposal for an act of cessation. We break with Rome and form a new Church of England, with you at its head. You would then be free to declare Catherine's marriage illegal, commence annulment proceedings, and free yourself to marry Mistress Anne. And, by God's grace, bring an heir.
The plan that results in the formation of Henry VIII's Church of England is almost nightmarishly radical. It's the first time in history that a reigning sovereign, a king, has not just quarrelled with a pope, but has decided to take over the national church himself and decree the form of Christianity in his realm. It's a tradition of nobles and proletarians and kind of second-rate heretics to jettison Christianity, but for a sovereign lord of a realm to do it really is news.
Basically, Cromwell wanted the whole of England to turn Protestant in a heartbeat, which was great, apart from the fact that what you've got to remember is that in those days, your religion meant everything. And all of a sudden, you've got all these people that are told, by the way, the Pope's no longer the head of the church, the king is, and you've got to obey. People were more frightened of the afterlife, probably, than death. Some just went for it and said, yeah, I accept it. But an awful lot of people didn't.
Cromwell was well rewarded for his services. And with Wolsey gone, he was made the new chief minister to the king. His job was simple: assert Henry's new authority over the people of England and get everyone, clergy, nobility, and commoners alike, to submit to the new religion or die.
Cromwell knew that the break with Rome was not going to be enough to bring in such a seismic shift in England's religious life, because people were very faithful to the Roman Catholic order, and to turn on a sixpence as they were expected to was probably too much to ask. So Cromwell brought in a whole suite of statutes and laws to reinforce the break with Rome. chief of which was the Oath of Supremacy, whereby Henry VIII's subjects all had to swear to recognise Henry, not the Pope, as the head of the church.
They basically make it treason to deny either the legitimacy of the king's new marriage or the legitimacy of the king's control over the church. And those laws, enforced savagely, had the potential to kill an awful lot of people. Within a couple of years, they'd removed the most respected theologian in England, Bishop Fisher, and the most respected humanist scholar, Thomas More.
Not signing the Oath of Supremacy was punishable by death, and Cromwell initially was reluctant to take that to its ultimate conclusion. He tried to persuade, he tried to cajole, particularly Thomas More, because it would have been much more persuasive to all of the adherents of the old faith if More had converted. So Cromwell visited him in his cell in the Tower several times, tried to wear him down, but of course More would not sign, and he was executed for it. The first major casualty of Cromwell's religious reforms.
Incredibly, an original copy of the document that people were being forced to sign, the Oath of Supremacy, drawn up by Thomas Cromwell in 1534, still survives and is held in the vaults of the National Archives in Kew. One of its curators, Nick Barrett, agreed to unravel it and explain its significance.
These would have been compiled as Parliament sat to discuss its business. And so you find a whole range of bits and pieces here relating to the lands of the earls, the sort of things that you'd expect to be discussed. And then hidden in the middle, you get a quite stunning piece of legislation, which in many ways changed the world overnight. This first piece of text is the Act of Supremacy itself, which gives Henry control of the Church of England, establishing him as his own right rather than the Pope. So Rome no longer has a say over the way people in England worship. But the rest of this text is something even more extraordinary. It's the Oath of Supremacy that people have to swear. They have to now give their allegiance, their bodies and their souls across to the king rather than to their former master in Rome. This is a major change in the way people would believe. Suddenly, practicing Catholics would be traitors overnight if they didn't swear this oath and conform to Henry's will. This is a major change in the whole fabric of society, contained in these short lines of text. As a historical document for the history of England, this is up there with Magna Carta or Doomsday Book. This frames the terms on which, firstly, the king controls the church, and secondly, the ways people can worship. This dictates their lives. He's already got their bodies, now he's got their souls. This is fundamental stuff. Of course, this was issued in the king's name, but no one was fooled. Everyone knew who lay behind it. Thomas Cromwell, the king's fixer, turned almost overnight into a hated figure. From this leads the dissolution of the monastery, another one of those pillars of society where the familiar settings of monastic lands, acting often as a place of refuge, of sanctuary, as travel, it's all torn down overnight. Cromwell is the man to blame. It all stems from this document. And in many ways, what should have been the height of his power is the very beginning of his long fall from grace.
In nomine Patris, Filii, et Spiritus Sancti.
By single-handedly defying Rome, Henry had stirred up a hornet's nest around the world. Catholics now saw it as their duty to fight the split from their faith, with their anger focused on the king and his new pregnant queen. When you add in Cromwell's heavy-handed enforcement of the new religion, you can appreciate just how turbulent Tudor England had become.
The break with Rome was the beginning of centuries of religious conflict. It literally divided the country in half. Some people were happy to accept the new reforms, many others were not. We were still, we must remember, a Catholic country, but we weren't Roman Catholics. And it's the Roman Catholics who began to be called, in a derogatory way, papists who went underground. They were driven underground, and they remained so, not just throughout Henry's reign, but for centuries after.
The astonishing thing was that within a very short space of time of Henry's announcement that his subjects were no longer to be Catholics, no longer subject to Rome, Catholics went from being your average person in the street, your neighbour, your friend, your family member, to being really considered to be little short of terrorists. They were plotters, they were conspirators, they were strange, sinister people in the shadows.
Cromwell was determined to establish the Church of England and banish Catholicism. And often his methods were brutal and outraged many of those people that wanted to remain Catholic.
The Pope and his entourage and his followers across Europe absolutely despised what was happening in England. The Pope pretty much sanctioned the execution or the assassination of King Henry himself, and certainly of his evil advisors and the great concubine, as she was known, Anne Boleyn.
In just a few years, Cromwell had replaced Wolsey as the king's right-hand man and chief minister. And he wasted no time using his newfound authority, launching a full frontal assault on Catholics in England. He oversaw the dissolution of more than 800 monasteries, with their huge wealth passing directly into the king's coffers.
Cromwell was inspired by the break with Rome. For him, it was more than just a political necessity. It fed into his own personal piety, his personal belief in the justice of reform, and he wanted to pursue that. And the dissolution of the monasteries, which really got underway in 1535, gave Cromwell the chance to have a thoroughgoing reform of the Roman Catholic institutions in this country. So he sent his commissioners across the country to inspect the monasteries, and what they reported back was exactly what Cromwell wanted to hear. They were corrupt, they were centres of vice and wealth, and it was all being put to bad uses. So it gave Cromwell the justification he needed to get rid of the monasteries.
Open up in the name of the king! Open up! Break it down.
He saw the potential of the money that was there, and he and his commissioners went into the monasteries and removed the gold, the silver, the artwork, and it all went into the king's treasury.
It was violent and horrible. Monks were just chucked out into the streets, and indeed for a while the ordinary people were forbidden to give them alms, to feed them. So basically a lot of the monks just starved. I mean, it was just horrendous. They had done nothing against the king, but suddenly they were the enemy just by existing. The abbot of Glastonbury Abbey was hanged in his own doorway, and basically a lot of the beautiful buildings were destroyed.
It became ever more ruthless, and it did involve, in many cases, the piecemeal destruction, literally brick by brick, of the monasteries. And these beautiful buildings had dominated the English landscape for hundreds of years. So you can imagine the impact that would have had on the local population. I think they mourned the loss of the buildings as well as their charitable functions that undoubtedly they had played. But yes, the dissolution became increasingly violent, and Cromwell's men, his henchmen, if you like, were the subjects of intense hatred across the country.
We've already closed over 500 monasteries, my lord. arrested over 5,000 monks of various orders and confiscated goods and chattels to the value of £100,000, which has been handed over to the royal treasury.
But the people, Cromwell. What about the people?
The monasteries and abbeys are corrupt. People rejoice.
And how are they taking to the new faith?
Some are proving a little more difficult to persuade, but they'll come round to our way of thinking.
Very well, Cromwell. You may continue.
The more brutally Cromwell clamped down on the monasteries and Catholics, the more enemies he made for himself and the king.
Open the door! In the name of the king, open the door!
To counter this dissent, Cromwell built up a large spy network across Europe. With access to unlimited funding from the king's purse, he was able to recruit hundreds of spies and informants who would alert him of traitors and plots against the throne. It was the beginning of an English secret service.
Cromwell starts to develop his networks because he wants to know what people are saying on the ground. Everything is reported to Cromwell by his agents, who are by this time scattered across the country. He wants to know, even if people say anything derogatory against the king or against Anne Boleyn, it may be a passing remark, it may even be a joke, but it's all reported back to Cromwell.
Henry, through Cromwell and his other advisors, basically had created this wall of enemies, which meant that he, through Cromwell, had absolutely perforce to knuckle down and develop this intensely effective network of spies. Not just in England, although that's very handy, and not just at court, that's very handy too, but across Europe.
Cromwell is referred to as the most hated man in England. He has enemies everywhere, almost inevitably. They want to bring him down. They despise the fact that he has so much power, particularly as he is not of noble birth. And there is a sense of increasing paranoia by Cromwell. Actually, perhaps paranoia isn't the word, because it's justified a lot of the time. And he starts to step up his spy network, not just in this country, but across the world.
Alan Judd is a former English diplomat and intelligence officer who studied Cromwell's network and believes that the key to its success was a chain of spies and agents on the ground, all reporting information directly back to him.
Someone has to have hands-on physical access who can then report it. Now, generally, he wouldn't be able to report it directly to you because he's over in Bruges or Paris or wherever it is, and you're here in London. So there's got to be at least one courier, possibly more, who's got to be able to transmit this information safely. Now, that information may also have to be encoded, or it may be quite lengthy, therefore it's got to be written. So somebody's got to do that. That may be your first spy, that may be your point spy, as it were, but it may not be. He may give it to someone else who is an encoder. So then you've got 2 or 3 people involved. Then the courier has to be absolutely trustworthy, and probably there has to be more than one courier, because they can't come and go very easily between here and Paris without explanations. So it's going to go through several stages. And that's what would constitute a small network.
Cromwell knew how important it was to win the hearts and minds of the people, and was one of the first to employ the use of a printing press to disseminate information on a large scale. There are very few old, hand-operated wooden presses left in the world, but one can still be found in the medieval town of Lewes, in England.
The presses are a replica of an 18th century wooden printing press. It's the standard printing press used from about Caxton's time, 1470, right up to 1800, when iron presses took over. This press would be exactly the same as those used in Cromwell's time during the Reformation, before and after that period. And that's pretty well inked up. So now it's ready for the paper. So I'm going to get a sheet of dampened paper. It's handmade paper, so it had to be dampened to take a good impression. And I'm going to get this paper fixed onto the points. Those points hold it in position when it comes down. So I'm going to take the tympan down onto the form now. So the frisket's down, and take the tympan down, and then I'm going to run it onto the press and take the first pull. So that'll be a proof. Let's see how it's printing. Lift up the tympan. And that's the first impression. And we can see the frisket's done a good job. There's no ink around the edge of the type area. I'll take that off.
He used it for basically pamphlet wars. He was a brilliant pamphleteer. He would write these pamphlets, by today's standards, quite unsophisticated, but nevertheless just a smear campaign against the Pope personally and Catholics in general, and basically distribute them throughout the country. And then, in those days, very few people could read and write, and the people who could were the people you kind of tended to look up to in the community. So when they read the leaflets out to you, well, it's coming from him, and it's coming from the court through him. It must be true.
The king and Cromwell on his behalf were carrying out a great propaganda exercise because they were trying essentially to nationalise the church and turn it into a very English institution, the king's institution, for his own purposes.
Cromwell used this new invention of the printing press with devastating effectiveness in his anti-papal propaganda. And so suddenly there are all these images, such as a very famous one, which actually hung in Hampton Court itself, of the stoning of the Pope by the four evangelists. Cromwell was very fond of that. He made sure that image was reproduced, but also in text form, not least by having the Bible translated into English so that suddenly it was accessible to everyone and printed and distributed to every single parish church across the country. Cromwell was trying to win hearts and minds, and the printing press was a crucial weapon in his arsenal.
A Bible like this would take weeks and probably months to print that number of pages. Dampened paper, they all have to be hung up to dry. Each sheet has to be hung up to dry. When it's dry, it has to be dampened again and printed on the reverse. So that lengthens the whole process. And you can imagine the sweat, the noise, the industrial process running through all those weeks and months to produce the number of pages necessary to be then sent to binders and the end product coming up like this. So a huge job, all done by human labour, human sweat. And of course, we mustn't forget the typesetting as well, where each individual letter has to be set in place in the form.
Cromwell's use of the printing press to disseminate anti-Catholic propaganda, essentially, was really the first example of psychological operations. And they've continued to this present day, and I imagine they will continue into the future. In the 1950s, in Hungary, for instance, the CIA dropped a massive amount of propaganda material, used the radio as well to encourage people there to rise up against the Soviet Union. And that has continued in Afghanistan, in Iraq. The government has used leaflets to great effect to encourage people to rise up against the population. And in some ways, when you're in a system where people cannot get ready access to television or the radio or the internet, particularly going back 500 years, then leaflet dropping is one of the simplest mechanisms there is for getting your information out there.
The more powerful that Cromwell became, the more enemies he created. This now included Queen Anne Boleyn. She had never trusted him and believed that he was spreading malicious rumors about her among the court. As their relationship rapidly deteriorated, she called for his execution as a traitor.
Anne lays down the gauntlet. She says to Cromwell she wants to see his head off his shoulders. They are now in open hostility at court. Cromwell sets about destroying her for good. It's no good just getting a divorce this time. He has to get rid of her permanently, and he derives inspiration from Anne's flirtatious behaviour with her male favourites and starts quietly gathering evidence from her ladies-in-waiting that she is playing the king false. She is committing adultery with not just one, but 5 men, including her own brother. He is assassinating Anne's character. That's the only way he can see to destroy her for good.
And destroy her he did. Seizing on the rumors that she was sleeping around with members of Henry's inner circle, he went a step further and accused her of improper relations with her own brother. To make the charge stick, Cromwell arrested and tortured George Boleyn until he confessed to the incest. It was bloody, it was brutal, and it carried on until Cromwell got the admission he wanted.
Torture was illegal in Henry VIII's England, but trust me, that did not stop Thomas Cromwell. First stage, you'd be locked in a cell in solitary. A cell like this one, sometimes for months, to contemplate what was going to happen to you next. Cromwell's next form of interrogation was to cajole you, to blackmail you, to threaten your family. If that didn't work, you would then be taken and shown the implements of torture. The implements of torture that were going to be used against you. And if that didn't work, your hands would be tied with a rope, you'd be hoisted on a pulley up to the ceiling. Then they would put very heavy weights round your legs and leave you dangling for anything up to 6 hours. One guy, unfortunately, had a rupture, and they put a metal collar around his waist as his intestines burst from his stomach. He never did confess. The next stage, the severe stage of torture. The Scavenger's Daughter, invented by William Skevington, Lieutenant of the Tower of London, no less. You were made to kneel on the floor. This was opened up. You were pushed. Someone knelt on your shoulders and pushed you right down into this contraption, and then it was snapped shut. And this would then be pushed in. You would be left there for hours in agony. You would bleed from your nose, from your eyes, from your ears, and sometimes even your fingertips. This was usually enough to get most people to confess to what Cromwell wanted you to say.
Tell me the name. Oh, sweet mercy!
Having gone through 3 wives already, Henry was now looking for someone who would give him the one thing he craved, a male heir. And Cromwell believed he had the perfect solution. A German princess called Anne of Cleves. She was young, rich, and Protestant, and he eagerly talked her up to the king.
Henry VIII is not going to agree to marry anyone who he hasn't seen, so no matter what he hears of Anne of Cleves and her various virtues, he says, no, I want to see her. I want her photograph, if you like, the equivalent of. It's sort of like internet dating of the 16th century. So he dispatches the most famous portrait painter of them all, Hans Holbein, to Flanders to paint Anne of Cleves. Now, Holbein, I think, has been briefed by Cromwell because the portrait he sends back is rather flattering of Anne. Henry is delighted, immediately agrees to the wedding, and the contract is signed.
There was Cromwell buttering up the king, saying, look, we've got her portrait. Isn't she beautiful? And there she is looking, in this miniature, looking straight out at the viewer with this extraordinary, serene, beautiful skin, beautiful face, painted by Holbein, just superb. Unfortunately, when Anne of Cleves turned up to marry the king, well, let's put it this way, the portrait had lied.
If you can just imagine the scene when Henry first met Anne of Cleves. She was veiled. He'd seen the painting by Holbein, which was all right. And then the veil comes up, and Henry sees this. I cannot imagine what he must have thought. But of course, his thoughts must have gone straight to the man that organised the wedding in the first place, Thomas Cromwell.
He takes Cromwell roughly to one side and shouts, "I like her not. Get me out of it," effectively. Cromwell's instructions once more are to get Henry a divorce.
The Anne of Cleves affair was exactly the ammunition Cromwell's enemies needed to take him down. And playing him at his own game, they laid trumped-up charges of heresy and treason upon him. Henry was forced to make a difficult decision. Cromwell had served him loyally and effectively in the past, but the disastrous marriage to Anne of Cleves, combined with the intense dislike of him at court and in the country, had seriously weakened his position, and his enemies smelled blood.
They start a whispering campaign at court that Cromwell is aiming at nothing less than being king. He wants to usurp Henry. He plans to marry Henry's eldest daughter, Mary, to legitimize himself. And Henry, increasingly paranoid, foul-tempered, eventually decides that he's going to believe them, that he will have Cromwell arrested for treason, and that's exactly what happens on the 10th of June, 1540. Cromwell is arrested without ceremony and thrown into the Tower of London.
The actual charges against Thomas Cromwell lie in the fact that he is thwarting the king's will, particularly in religion, by promoting heresy. So it could be that he was promoting a more radical kind of religion the king wants, and people began to notice this and convince the king. But it seems virtually certain the king would never have listened to these charges had he been happy with the new wife that Cromwell had brought him and Cromwell's conduct of affairs in general.
In the end, Cromwell wrote a passionate letter to the king asking for clemency. But it fell on deaf ears.
Prostrate at your Majesty's feet, I have heard your pleasure that I should write concerning my miserable state. And where I have been accused of treason, I have never in all my life thought to displeasure your Majesty, and ask your mercy where I have offended, that I have committed my soul to God and my body and my goods to your Majesty. I write this with quaking hands and most sorrowful heart, your most humble and sorrowful servant and prisoner, this Saturday at your tower, Thomas Cromwell.
But his entreaties to the king went unanswered, and Thomas Cromwell was convicted of treason and beheaded in July 1540. Like his mentor, Cardinal Wolsey, Cromwell had been able to ascend to the highest position in government, only to fall as rapidly as he had risen. England's first great spymaster had been toppled, but his legacy was a first-class network of spies, agents, and informants that became the basis for a powerful new Secret Service.
Thomas Cromwell's spy network gave him the eyes and ears across the country. It spread right across Europe. It was vast, and it was unsurpassable.
Cromwell was pretty much a one-off. Henry VIII's court was filled with noblemen, the Duke of Norfolk, the Duke of Suffolk. You were born to greatness at Henry's court. And here was Cromwell. He was just the son of a blacksmith. He was a nobody. And suddenly, he takes the world by storm.
Cromwell was absolutely indispensable to Henry VIII. It's very difficult to imagine English history to have taken its course without him.
Elizabeth Van Loo was one of the most daring and important Union spies in the American Civil War, and one of the bravest women in American history. She was one of the first landowners to free all her slaves, and then used them as spies and informants behind Confederate lines. She was so successful that the information she passed on to the Union generals is believed to be a contributing factor to them winning this brutal war. This is the story of Elizabeth Van Loo, a spy master behind enemy lines.
I don't think there's ever been a more effective spy than Elizabeth Van Loo. Even more so when you remember what she achieved was behind enemy lines, right in the very heart of the enemy.
What she did was astonishing, fueled by her humanity and by her passionate belief that things had to get better for the United States.
In later years, Grant actually said that the information that came from Richmond via Van Loo and Mary was the best information that he received anywhere, and she was a kingpin in them winning the war.
She was ballsy. I mean, let's face it, she may have had the body of a feeble woman, but she'd got the mind and the balls of a man.
Elizabeth Van Loo was born in 1818 in Richmond, Virginia. Her father had a successful hardware business, which made her family one of the most prominent in the area. She had a Quaker education, which instilled in her a strong belief that slavery was wrong and should be abolished. When her father died in 1843, she convinced her mother to free all their slaves. And with the money she inherited, about $200,000 in today's currency, she set about buying and freeing their relatives too.
Elizabeth was educated in Philadelphia by Quakers, and she, from a very early age, was totally anti-slavery. So as soon as father died, they gave all of their slaves freedom and employed them, and went on to buy slaves that were being sold so that they could keep the families together. So, of course, she used these slaves as part of her spy network, because they were extremely grateful to her for what she'd done for them.
She was very much on the side of the abolitionists, on the side of the United States, the Union, against the Confederates. She was fueled by her moral certainties as a Quaker. She, for example, she would free slaves and then pay for them to have proper education. She would pay for slaves to learn how to be really good servants, and then she would employ them or make sure they got employment.
When the American Civil War broke out in 1861, she found herself in a minority of one. a passionate unionist and abolitionist living in a Confederate town. But far from that curtailing her views, she decided to use it to great effect. She rallied the slaves and families that she had freed and slowly built up a basic but effective spy and intelligence network for the Union Army behind enemy lines.
Here's a single woman living in Richmond, the capital of the Confederacy, and she's a Union sympathizer. I cannot believe that she wasn't murdered. I cannot believe her house wasn't burned down. And not only that, but she was openly telling everybody that she believed in the Union and she was totally against slavery. The woman was beyond belief.
Now, what does Old Mill Pond mean to you, Molly?
Old Mill Pond? Mm-hmm. Well, that's down by the Thomases, isn't it?
Exactly so. Now, that is going to be one of the places where we meet up with the Union soldiers when they've escaped from Libby Prison.
At the death of her father, that's really where her spying network and her spy story starts. In a desire to free the slaves that are left to her in the will, and to make everybody equal. She doesn't believe that people should own other people. And she starts off on a one-woman campaign, basically, to free every slave she possibly can. And she uses a huge amount of her money buying up the families of the slaves she's already freed so that she can free all the families and send them north.
She ran her own spy network, which was actually quite astonishing, not just because she was a woman, although that's pretty remarkable, but because she did it with such extraordinary thoroughness and with a little cocking the snook at the enemy.
Now, listen up, ladies. This is real important. I have here our Lord's Bible, and it is the exact same kind of Bible they have over at Libby Prison where the Union soldiers are being kept. And here is a piece of paper where I have cut out little pinprick-sized holes. And this piece of paper is going to allow me to use this to send messages to the Union soldiers over at Libby Prison. Send secret messages.
One of Van Loo's first missions was to help the Union prisoners being held in Libby Prison in Richmond. She got permission to bring them food and other comforts, but secretly hid lockpicks, knives, and maps in their food tins and blankets, right under the noses of the guards. With this, many of the soldiers were able to escape and make their way back to the Union camps.
Basically, she used to free Union soldiers from Libby Prison, which was a huge warehouse that was turned into a prison. And she gained entry into there. She used to take food to them. She used to take clothing, medical equipment for them as well. She would have maps actually stitched into blankets, which were given to prisoners, picks and keys for them to be able to get out of their prison cells and escape. And then, of course, where do they go then? Of course, there were obviously lots of slave families around, and they would be passed from one safe house to another until eventually they were taken back to Union territory, for want of a better word.
They need to know to look out for 2 Chronicles, verse 29 and 30. When they have that, they can lay this piece of paper over at the top, using this page number there as a reference point. And then each of these little holes I have pricked out reveals a letter. And if you transcribe each letter in order, N, D, Mill Pond. You see, it begins to make sense. Now, what is Mill Pond?
Van Loo was very fortunate. Going backwards and forwards into the prison, she could smuggle things in and out quite easily. She lived in a period where female dresses were huge. I mean, absolutely. It was like walking around in a tent. You could have concealed a horse, possibly, and got into the prison. She hid knives in jam jars. She had a custard tin made with a secret compartment. The heels of her shoes had things inside them there. She would smuggle in maps. There were books which she would pinprick messages into the pages so that even if the books were examined, no notes would fall out or anything like that. So she was always smuggling things in and out. She'd had a seamstress sew huge amounts of secret compartments into her dress where messages would come and go and bits of information. She would smuggle food in, but the important thing, she took escape kits, basically, and maps telling people, when you escape, go to this house. This is a safe house, and they'll send you on to this house. I mean, she even took some of them and hid them in her own attic.
The stitching is a little loose, sir.
Historical reenactor Mark Griffin has studied the life of Elizabeth Van Loo and has put together some of the items that she used to smuggle into the prison.
Elizabeth Van Loo was a southern plantation owner living in Richmond, Virginia, but she was also a Union spy working well behind Confederate lines, which meant any of her spying had to be done very carefully as her life was in danger. The few years before the American Civil War, she'd been releasing some of her slaves, and so she created a network of intelligence and also safe houses right the way from the southern states to the north, and she was using that to free prisoners.
Morning, Mr. Heller. And how are you this fine day?
Morning, Miss Van Loo. I'm fine.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, sir. Now, I have here a little charity to distribute to these Union wretches. I trust that you will not hinder me in this, sir.
Damn wretches don't deserve it, ma'am.
Now, you mind your mouth in front of a lady, Mr. Heller. But they are God's children, and we must not forget that.
You say so, ma'am.
I do, and so does God, Mr. Heller.
Now, in Richmond was Libby Prison, one of the largest prisons in the American Civil War. And using her charitable works of taking useful things to the prisoners, she was able to smuggle in what we would now call an escape and evasion kit. Take, for example, this soldier's boot. If you know where to look, peeling the heel back, you've actually got quite a useful little lockpick, so you can get out of your cell. Now, if you did come across a guard who was putting up a bit of resistance, then why not use the reasonably recently invented tin can to hide something useful in? So inside our tin of strawberry jam here, we have a little pocket knife, incredibly useful. Now, once you've escaped, you're still in enemy territory, so you've got to know where exactly are your friends. Well, Elizabeth Van Loo would take a blanket, and inside the seams of the blanket was a map. Now, that map would show not only roads and railway lines, but most importantly, a network of friendly farmsteads. Farmsteads that were now owned by the very slaves that Elizabeth Van Loo had freed in those years before the American Civil War. And using ingenuity and a network of freed slaves, Elizabeth Van Loo was able to free dozens of Union soldiers.
You, the animal in the corner, you come over here. I have not forgot you, sir. I have a blanket for you, and it's a little old. The stitching is a little loose right here, but it will serve to keep you warm, while I hope to be charitable to all of God's creatures. And God willing, this will all be over soon, and maybe I shall see you gentlemen real soon.
Elizabeth was brilliant at concealing key, useful objects that prisoners could use to escape. For example, she would smuggle in a blanket. Well, she didn't have to smuggle it. She would take it in. Look, I've got a blanket for the prisoner. Oh, great. And it would have a map concealed in it. There would be a hairpin in the heel of her shoe, and a blade hidden in a tin, a custard tin. And, you know, they had all these things, and when it was dark, they would use them to get out, to overpower their prison guards, which weren't terribly bright and probably drunk, but nevertheless, and they'd get out. And one of the very useful things that came of her, the practical, useful things that came of her freeing so many slaves was that she had this whole network of safe houses for the escaped prisoners to go and stay, belonging to the former slaves. So they would be able to go and stay in Betsy's house and then in Tom's house, and then, you know, gradually and moving along in darkness so they were safe the whole time until they got back to the Union country.
In 1863, Van Loo helped 2 Union soldiers escape from prison and get back through enemy lines. Back at their camp, They told General Benjamin Butler what she had done, right under the noses of the Confederate jailer. And he promptly dispatched a courier to recruit her as an officially recognized Union agent. She was instructed to send any information she gathered in coded dispatches, and taught how to write her messages in a colorless ink which would only become invisible after it was held up to a flame.
She was so successful that General Grant actually made her, for want of a better word, an official Union spy. And he actually gave her her very own code name, Babcock.
The recognition Van Loo received from the highest command in the Union Army is hardly surprising. She established a highly effective intelligence network behind enemy lines that provided information on military tactics and logistics, as well as helping dozens of prisoners escape. It was a vital resource for the Union Army. Dr. Michael Goodman is an expert in military history and understands the importance of Van Loo's role in the American Civil War.
The key, of course, is not only to have someone operating behind enemy lines, working surreptitiously on your behalf, to which no one knows, but also having the means by which that information can be securely transmitted back to your own side. And having someone in enemy lines gives you a great advantage, depending on where they're placed. Often, in an ideal situation, they'll be placed within the high command of a military force, and you'll be able to know hands-on what is being planned at a strategic level.
In fact, Elizabeth's network was so efficient that she was incredibly proud that on a daily basis, she was able to smuggle out written material, fresh flowers from her own garden, and the local newspaper.
Remember that she was living, she was a resident in enemy territory, in the capital, Richmond. And she couldn't just write notes and send them into the prison, or write notes and send them to the Union Army. She used something that was as old as the Bible, invisible ink, which she wrote messages to, sent them into Libby prison, and all the guys needed to do when they were in there was use a candle and heat up the back of the paper, and the messages came out.
Now, Mary, there's something else I want to show you, which will allow us to write to one another in secret. It's called invisible ink. Now, all I do is I take this here old lemon and I squeeze the juice into the bowl. And I can use this old quill here just to write like I would normally do. Can you see anything?
I don't see nothing, Miss Van Loo.
No? Well, that has to dry, but here is one that I made earlier. Now, what you do, you take the paper and you hold it up to that flame there, almost scorch it, and don't let it burn. But when it almost scorches, as it browns, you should see the words come up.
I can see a letter.
That's how it works. There we go.
By June 1864, Van Loo's spy network had grown to more than a dozen people, an informal network of men and women, black and white, including her former servant, Mary Elizabeth Bowser, who she had sent north to get a private education. At Van Loo's request, Mary Bowser returned to Richmond and was able to obtain a position as a dining room servant in the household of the Confederate President, Jefferson Davis. She reported directly to Van Loo all the information she overheard while serving dinner.
The White House of the Confederates was in Richmond. That was where all the decisions were being made. And the woman of the house was pregnant and desperately needed more help in the house. So Elizabeth Van Loo said, well, I've got this slave. She's not great. She's illiterate. She's a bit not great in the kitchen, but she'll help. So she loaned the slave to her. Now, this is Mary. Mary comes in. She can read and write. She's very intelligent, but more importantly, she's got a photographic memory.
Elizabeth actually got Mary a job in the Confederate White House, the home of Jefferson Davis, the President of the Confederacy, and she became a dining room servant. And goodness only knows how much information she gleaned from that.
Well, it seems to me that the only thing we can do is bring our big guns back from the front. We're gonna need those and withdraw to Petersburg and dig in. What are your opinions, Jim?
We need those guns.
We can't lose those. If we lose the guns, then it's all over for us.
For a spymaster, who you want to recruit is ideally the highest placed source, the person who's going to make all of the decisions. But of course, that's very rarely the case. And so often what they're faced with are people at the other end of the spectrum, the most mundane people, the cooks, the chefs, the cleaners. And these people can be just as important sometimes as those who are making the decisions themselves, because they will not be noticed, they will not be observed, yet they'll be able to absorb everything which is being said in their presence.
Of course, the president and his family and his staff didn't think anything of this, you know, this modest black woman who served them at dinner and went around with the drinks while they were discussing their plans and their strategies, because for a start they thought she couldn't read and write. How wrong they were, because in fact Mary Bowser had a photographic memory.
Just imagine the scene. We're in Jefferson Davis's house, the president's house. There are 6, 8 generals all having dinner, all discussing tactics, troop movements, everything under the sun that is military. And serving the soup, the Union spy, Mary Bowser. Later on, a map was unfurled, and she would be able to pinpoint everything that had been said and discussed at dinner that night.
We've lost our eyes and ears, gentlemen. Since we lost Jeb Stuart, we're running scared most of the time. They're chasing us, they're kicking our behinds, and we're running, boys. With the guns, we're okay, but we're gonna have to, and I repeat, we will have to get our eyes and ears back. But that's gonna have to be secondary. We can't feed our men, then there's no point.
Of course, there would be many other meetings, more informal. There would be dinners where all the generals got together and discussed strategies and passed maps around and information, where Mary, handing round the potatoes and the port, would be earwigging and basically send all the information on to Elizabeth, who would make use of it and send it straight to Union headquarters.
So good to see you, Mary. So what's been going on at the White House?
There was 6 generals, Miss Van Loo. They was talking about soldiers and battles and such. I heard one say that there was supply problems outside Richmond and that Grant was getting real close.
How close?
Real close, they said.
Mary Bowser's photographic memory was a very useful asset for a Union spy inside the Confederate White House. Ian Rowland is a well-known mentalist and has taught FBI agents mind control techniques. He says that anyone, especially someone as bright as Mary Bowser, can easily be taught to develop their powers of memory. It's a system called mnemonics.
There's a lot of overlap between something that a spy might want to do and something that a mentalist might want to do, and so there's going to be some overlap regarding the techniques that they would use. One term you often hear is that of a photographic memory, and that's a bit of a misnomer. I don't really think that's a real thing, but certain people do have what we call an eidetic memory, whereby they can look at things and they remember objects and items and configurations based on their physical location. It's a sort of a spatial memory. You can go into some workman's workshop sometimes, and it looks like a terrible mess with 1,000 different tools everywhere, but he knows in his mind exactly where each one is. So there are things like that. Most people will sometimes say, oh, I have a terrible memory. Nobody has a bad memory. They simply have an untrained memory. And there are things that anyone can learn. It doesn't matter about your intelligence or education. Anyone can learn to improve your memory, to be able to recall the things you really want to faultlessly. These are techniques that have been around for a very long time, since at least the ancient Greeks, and they can be taught and trained to anybody. In fact, that's part of what I do, not just training FBI agents, police officers, interrogation officers, and so forth. You know, I can't turn people into superheroes and give them telepathic gifts. Wish I could, that would be good. but I can take them as close as possible to that and teach them techniques that work in real life and bring you as close as possible to genuine mind reading.
Ian agreed to show some of the techniques he uses to enhance people's memories with a member of the public. To start, he's written down a list of random words. He then creates a striking image for each word and slowly links all the images together in a story.
First item here is a cat.
Okay.
So we need a silly association. Let's make it a really big cat, a heavy cat. Let's drop it. Hits the sofa, goes through the sofa, explodes the sofa everywhere. We've now got a nice, strong association. Take a moment, close your eyes. Just see that silly cartoon image, the big, heavy cat, straight through the sofa. Okay, with your eyes still closed, what's your first station?
Sofa.
And what's the item associated?
A cat.
Good, you can open your eyes. That's the first one done.
Okay.
And you will not forget that, I promise. Item number 2, a rainbow.
Okay.
So let's make it a solid rainbow, not a real one. So it's made of wood or metal or something. Let's stab it through the door. So you've got this 7 colours bashing through the door, exploding, splintering in a riot of colour, leaving shards and shrapnels of colour all over the door. Okay? See it?
Yeah.
In your mind? Close your eyes. See that picture? Third item is a train. Let's make it a small train. Let's shrink it down, because you've got the power to do anything in your mind. Open the fridge door, put it in, watch the train get cold, covered in ice, covered in something like a prop from Frozen, you know, and it can't go anywhere. It's trying to go somewhere, but it can't because it's frozen. Yeah? You got that in your mind? Can you see it?
Yeah.
What's your third station?
It's the fridge.
Good. And what's the item associated?
Train.
What's your second station?
The door.
Having gone through the rest of the list in the same fashion, it was now time to put her photographic memory to the test.
Just the items, not the stations, starting at number 1.
Cat. Rainbow.
Yeah.
Train.
Yes.
Dentist. Bucket. Sandwich. Gold crown. Bottle. Kettle. And hammock. Wow. Really impressed. Wow. Wow.
I think it would be very useful for any spy to have a good memory. A good memory is not necessarily a photographic memory, but any sort of good memory. Memory can be improved. And I'm sure there's been all sorts of psychological tests on improving our photographic memories as well as our ordinary memories. But, for example, I went through a phase in life where I determined that I would remember all telephone numbers. This was just for my own convenience. So if someone gave me their telephone number, I would repeat it aloud to them, and thereafter I did remember it. Of course, I've forgotten them all now.
Ian agreed to demonstrate another of his photographic memory skills. Our volunteer has been asked to bring 2 books from home and then choose a page number, a specific line, and an exact word on that line from one of the books. Ian has memorized both books, well enough to be able, he hopes, to identify that specific word.
So far, you haven't revealed any of these details. I do know that you used this book. This is the book you used, didn't you? Okay. And this is the toughest one, because as you can see, it's the biggest one. Can you remember which page you went to?
Yeah.
What was the page number?
350.
The line you counted down to was?
Line 18.
18, 1, 8, cow and a rainbow goes into... And you counted along that line to how many words?
7.
Okay, so repeat those details for me. Page?
350.
350, which is a nice round number. I should have that in the index. Line was 18.
18.
And 7.
Exactly.
Okay, so 350, we convert that. He goes in, takes this round. This means something, but it will sound nonsense. Cow, rainbow takes back 3, drop what was down. It's one of 2 things. And you remember the word you looked at?
Yeah.
Around there, there's a reference to. There's a reference to. There's a reference to one of those. But if it was the 7th, we should be close to this. So that shouldn't really be too relevant. What was the word you looked at?
Should I tell you now?
Yeah.
Taking.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thanks so much indeed. It's great.
Thank
you.
you.
Well, anyone can learn to do it. Thank you.
Blacks were second-class citizens, were lower-class people, and nobody in their wildest dreams thought that a Negro servant would have the intelligence to be able to understand what these generals were saying. And because of that, the whole thing worked to such an extent that it probably helped the Union to win the war.
As the war progressed and suspicions about Van Loo's role as a Union spy increased, she found herself being followed around Richmond by Confederate agents. To give them the slip, she used another one of her spycraft tricks, disguise. She created a character called Crazy Bet to move around town and meet her contacts.
So, Molly, you take that.
She was also a master of disguise, and she actually went round Richmond, making out that she was not altogether there, to be quite honest with you. A head on one side, talking to herself as she was going along. And, of course, this was all part of the act. No one would take Crazy Bet, as they called her, seriously.
She lived right in the heart of the Enemy. She's in the capital of the Confederates, so she is in the worst possible place you can be if you are working for the opposition. If she'd been caught at any point, the likelihood is she would have been killed. She would have been executed for it. Certainly any one of the slaves, they knew full well they would have been caught and killed as well. But they were perfectly willing to work for her because they knew they were working for the greater good.
Elizabeth distinguished herself by being extraordinarily intelligent about how she presented herself to the locals. I mean, she was in this passionately southern Confederate town, and she was operating basically as a spy in their midst. Inevitably, there would be some hints and clues that she was operating as a spy, but she managed to cover it up pretty largely by adopting a kind of bonkers alter ego, who she would sort of go around muttering and looking sort of wild-eyed, and earned herself the nickname of Crazy Bet, which seemed to work.
She was in an area where it was very, very dangerous to do what she did. Now, she could get away with being an eccentric woman that was spending her money on frivolous things here, there, and everywhere. So freeing slaves, it was almost like saying she's a bit touched in the head. She's buying slaves and giving them away. She also spouted a lot of religious fervour that she got from a sort of a Quaker upbringing and so on. And she would go around muttering to herself, and she developed a twitch as well, so that if anybody questioned her, they go, what, you mean that mad woman over there? She's not capable of doing that. In a very male-driven society, being a woman meant you were invisible. But being a mad woman meant not only are you invisible, you're stupid. There's no possible way you could be doing what you're doing.
As well as running a successful spy network, Van Loo also showed huge courage and bravery. When an attempt to free soldiers from Richmond's prison failed, based on information given by Van Loo, the leader of the raid, a Union colonel, was killed. The Confederate soldiers put his body on display at the railroad depot as a warning to others. He had already lost one leg earlier in the war, but he was propped up, minus his wooden leg and the little finger on his left hand. Needless to say, Van Loo was disgusted by the mutilation of his body and was determined that this brave young man would have some dignity.
She was a gutsy woman. She wasn't only just involved in the espionage side of it, she was rescuing soldiers, getting them released from the prison, and she even went out onto the battlefield and with a couple of slaves and actually dug up the body that was in a very shallow grave of a Union colonel and actually brought his body back and gave it a decent burial in Richmond.
You're one of them. You did that to him. You mocked and desecrated his corpse. If that was your husband, would you have allowed that to happen to him? Shame on you. Where's your humanity? But then you are slavers, so I know that you have no humanity. Shame on you. Just because he was a Union soldier doesn't mean that you should forget he was a Christian man and treat him as one. Shame on you. Shame on you.
As Union troops advanced on Richmond towards the end of the war, Van Loo was not afraid to let all and sundry know about her Union support. Early in the morning of April the 3rd, 1865, she raised the Stars and Stripes above her home, the first Union flag to be raised in the South. This was going too far for the crowd in the streets, and a mob soon threatened to burn down the house. But Van Loo stood defiantly on the balcony.
Just imagine this scene. Elizabeth has actually got hidden away a Union flag in the house. And as the Union troops are approaching Richmond, Richmond is to a certain extent burning. There are angry, terrified Confederate sympathisers, hundreds, thousands of them, in the city. And she has the audacity to raise the Union flag above her house. And then, of course, the angry, terrified mob comes to the house. The hated Union flag's flying from the top of her house, and they're gonna burn her. She's a witch, and she actually comes out of the house, and she's going to attack them. And the only way that she actually survives is the fact that Mary Bowser actually comes out and drags her back in. And I still can't believe that they did not set fire to her house and kill her. She was a very lucky woman.
As the Union armies approached her town, the war was obviously coming to an end, but that didn't stop her being surrounded by Confederates, by the enemy. But she did something astonishing. She actually flew the Union flag, the US flag, in the middle of enemy territory. It must have been extraordinary for her to do that, in a kind of ecstasy doing it, and she could not have known that she would survive that. I mean, obviously, everybody around her just thought, what is this? How dare she? But it just is a measure of the woman. She was uncompromising.
After a long, exhausting campaign, Union General Ulysses S. Grant finally captured Richmond in April 1865. Van Loo's work as a spymaster was done. And although she received the grateful thanks of Grant and other officers, as well as a small payment for her effort, her inheritance and her social standing were done. Her fellow Richmonders couldn't forgive her, and she was labeled a Union spy and traitor.
For all her astonishing bravery, she had to pay a terrible price because after the war, even though she was on the winning side, well, kind of especially because she was on the winning side where she was living, she became the focus for enormous hatred and smear campaigns. She was said to be insane, crazy bet. She was actually, to this day, she's talked of as being a traitor and a witch.
I mean, basically what she was doing was very similar to what the French resistance was doing in the Second World War. They were living in occupied territory with the Germans, the Gestapo, the SS all around them. And she was doing exactly the same thing because she was living in her house in, she never referred to it as, but enemy territory. And how she wasn't discovered, how they didn't find out, I really don't know.
Even today, it's a deeply conservative, Republican sort of community, and in those days, even more so. And what had she done? She'd freed slaves. She had rejoiced in freeing slaves, and she had been on the wrong side. So she paid a terrible price. She lived on in her long life, but died in relative poverty, shunned by enormous numbers of people from her own community.
What she managed to do is phenomenal, because if you were living in a country that you were at war with, basically, idealistically, you or your friends all were Confederates, your neighbours are all Confederates, so even when you win, you're in the worst possible situation you can be in, because you have been found out as a spy, you're the person who helped win the war, and your next door neighbour lost a son in that war, or your friend from over the road has gone and lost their father in that war, and you are to blame. You're in the worst possible place you can be.
In her final years, she found she had fewer and fewer friends, and little or no money left to survive. So she was given handouts from the families and relatives of soldiers that she had helped during the war. She died at her home in her beloved Richmond in 1900. It was the end of a remarkable life.
I consider Elizabeth Van Loo possibly to be one of the best spies you could ever get, partly because she was driven for altruistic reasons. I mean, it bankrupted her being a spy. It's not as if she went into it for the money, the fame, and all that kind of stuff. It was something that cost her everything. Her money, her house, everything she possibly owned, her friends, everything was gone by the end of her life. She's an amazing woman, driven by a desire for everybody to be equal.
Looking at Elizabeth's life and achievements in the context of other spy masters in history, such as Cecil or Walsingham, for example, I mean, it doesn't really compare. I mean, she's head and shoulders above them, sorry, but she is. I mean, those guys operated in cosseted surroundings, a palace, they had armies, they had a whole network of very highly placed spies, they had government funds, they had monarchs who listened to them and would give them everything they needed to combat the enemy. Whereas there was Elizabeth, a woman on her own, working in the middle of the enemy. What she did was astonishing, fueled by her humanity and by her passionate belief that things had to get better for the United States.
Her actual spying network were fantastic because they were right in the very, very heart of the actual enemy. She had spies literally sat next to the people making the decisions. I would say throughout history there has never been a spying network as effective as her. And Grant himself said, I got the best information from anybody was from you in Richmond.
I heard them say that a fresh cavalry unit was being moved up to the old Cherry River fort, and that they were moving their heavy cannons to the overlook at Potomac Point?
Potomac Point?
Potomac Point, yeah, that's right.
When you think of today, with millions and millions of pounds being spent on MI5 and the CIA, and the success, of course, that they have today, we are talking of ground roots over 100 years ago, where they set this whole damn thing up round the kitchen table. Nobody believed that a single woman, a landowner, and her few black slaves could achieve what she did. And she did equally as good a job, I think, as MI5 does today.
I have a piece of paper.
Throughout history, I don't think there has ever been a spy or spy network as effective as Elizabeth Van Loo's network. You've got to remember, she was in the very, very heart of the enemy. You've got a spy network in the very rooms where they're making the decisions to fight you. You could not possibly get a better, more effective spy than Elizabeth Van Loo.
Robert Cecil was one of England's most feared spy chiefs. He was also a man of contradictions. On one hand, he was a passionate Protestant who brutally opposed and stamped down on the Catholic faith in England. On the other, he conspired to put the son of Mary Queen of Scots on the throne. But perhaps his greatest achievement was foiling the largest terrorist plot ever conceived, the infamous Gunpowder plot. The plan was devilishly simple: blow up the Houses of Parliament and kill King James I and all his government.
Cecil was a passionate Protestant, and his belief in the new faith and his hatred of Catholics fashioned the whole of his career.
Basically what they did was push the Catholics into a corner, push them further and further into the corner, and they were going to come out fighting even if they had to die in the attempt.
The Catholics were not going to take it from James, so just 2 years into his reign, they plotted something so devastating, so audacious, that it really does draw parallels with the major terrorist threats of today. They wanted nothing less than the destruction of the entire regime. They were going to achieve it by blowing up the king and Parliament.
Had the Gunpowder plot have succeeded, it would have not only changed the course of British history, but world history. And to be quite honest, it would have been the most audacious terror attack in the history of the world.
Robert Cecil was born in 1563 in London, the son of Lord Burleigh, one of Queen Elizabeth's closest advisors. And from an early age, he was groomed to be a great statesman like his father. A physically awkward man who was born with a hunchback, he nevertheless had a great intellect and first-class contacts. After entering the Houses of Parliament in 1584, he was soon knighted by the Queen and sworn into her Privy Council at the age of just 28, its youngest ever member.
Robert Cecil owed his career to his father, William, Lord Burleigh, who had been the longest serving and arguably the most faithful of all Elizabeth I's courtiers. She adored Lord Burleigh. He was the one man above all others whose advice she would listen to. So that served his son Robert in two ways. Not only did it give him a very good introduction to the Queen, she was predisposed to like him, but also he had been trained up very well indeed by his father. He could not have chosen any other career even if he'd wished to. The natural path to follow was service to the Queen.
During the 1590s, Robert Cecil was acting in all but name as Principal Secretary, and then in 1596 he was made Secretary. And in those positions, he had a close relationship with the Queen. He was dealing with intelligence work, and he was dealing with a wide range of administrative and political issues. He was a very important figure.
Robert Cecil's born with a silver spoon in his mouth. The trouble is, it's a rather small spoon because he's a second son. He's also physically unimpressive, small and stunted. So he's actually got quite a lot against him. What he has in favour is a clever father and a brilliant mind of his own.
After 44 mostly glorious years on the throne of England, Queen Elizabeth, the last of the Tudor monarchs, had not produced an heir. So one of Cecil's first tasks was to sort out the tricky subject of succession.
Cecil experienced something of a baptism of fire over the succession crisis because a lot of Elizabeth's greatness derived from the fact that she was the Virgin Queen, but of course that had a very inherent problem. It left her with no direct heirs. She hadn't married, she hadn't had children. And even while she was still alive, there was a sense of impending crisis around who would succeed her. Robert Cecil, along with many other courtiers, had no doubt that it would be James VI of Scotland, ironically the son of Elizabeth's deadliest enemy, Mary Queen of Scots, and he was sending contacts up there, agents up there. He was going and writing to James on a regular basis to try and court favour with the man that he was confident would be king. But everybody predicted there would be riots, there would be rebellions. We don't want a Stuart king, we don't want a foreigner, as he was seen. And Cecil had to deal with all of this.
Even before Elizabeth's death, arrangements were made so that there would not be a political vacuum when she passed away. The proclamation for James's accession was drafted. Arrangements were made for surveying the scene so that any pretenders to the throne would not be able to present themselves. And when Elizabeth died, everything was quickly put into action.
Robert Cecil used secrecy as his weapon, so news of the Queen's death was not immediately announced until a rider had been dispatched up to Scotland to tell James that he was now king, and it was almost then presented as a fait accompli. There was very little that could be done, and indeed, it was remarkably peaceful. After all the fears of rebellion and everything else, James came to the throne like an apple falling from a tree, it was said. It just went smoothly from one succession to the next.
Like his father before him, the Protestant Robert Cecil had a deep mistrust of Catholics and saw them as real troublemakers and a credible threat to his newly installed monarch. As a result, he came down hard on the powers of the Catholic Church in England and expelled a large number of priests and bishops.
Instead of trying to appease the Catholic threat or understand it even, Robert Cecil just went hell for leather to try and eradicate it. This, of course, was not going to go down too well with the threat itself. And basically what they did was push the Catholics into a corner, push them further and further into the corner, and they were going to come out fighting even if they had to die in the attempt.
Catholics had suffered decades of really quite severe persecution. Almost 200 of them had been put to death in the reign of Elizabeth, and most of in the last 20 years of the reign. So when they find that nothing very much seems to be changing under James, there is immense disappointment among them.
For the best part of 100 years, Roman Catholics were second-class citizens. They had to practice their faith in secret. They were arrested, they were tortured, they were tried, they were hanged, drawn and quartered. They were fed up, and they wanted revenge.
The word Catholic was synonymous with terrorist, as we would understand it in modern parlance. They were the equivalent of the IRA or other terror threats to the country, and certainly they were seen as deadly. And there was that same sense of widespread panic and paranoia every time a fresh terrorist plot came to light.
Needless to say, this purge of Catholics in England produced a huge backlash of resentment and anger against the king and his government. Cecil had to work hard to track down and try and keep a lid on all the plots and intrigues swirling around the country. He had to employ all the tools of spycraft at his disposal, from intercepting and deciphering coded documents to paying informants, and above all, using double agents.
Cecil, the Spymaster, had inherited an impressive network, an impressive history of espionage in England. begun really by Thomas Cromwell, but then greatly enhanced by Walsingham. So by the time Cecil took over it, it was incredibly sophisticated. He added to it, though, because he had more to deal with, in a sense. There had been plots, of course, against Elizabeth I, but the change of regime always created instability. It always gave force to the enemies of the new regime. And the Stuarts weren't as popular as the Tudors had been, so it was an altogether more vulnerable position that Robert Cecil found himself having to deal with.
Cecil is a perfect spymaster because he's addicted to paperwork and to news, and he's addicted to royal service. He just loves nothing better than working round the clock. And he's also creative. He loves manipulation. He's got a theatrical side to his character. He's relentlessly ambitious. He's the perfect person for the post.
What Robert Cecil is doing in his intelligence work is concentrating less on the enemy within and more on the enemy from outside. So he puts a new amount of energy into finding out what's happening on the continent, and he's putting resources into it. He doesn't have new technologies. He doesn't have new ways of dealing with it. He is using the same old methods of deciphering, searching, suborning agents. But what he tries to do is have a broader base of men on the continent who are telling him what the King of Spain is doing, where the naval resources are building up.
You could push the imagination a long way to say that Cecil is an Ian Fleming villain recast as a loyal royal servant. He is physically stunted, he is ambitious, he has a cold, hard, calculating, utterly unscrupulous mind. He probably would have stroked a white Persian cat had they been around to stroke, but he's on the government side.
Perhaps the most infamous of all the assassination attempts on the king was the so-called Gunpowder plot. The plan was simple. Plant dozens of large barrels of gunpowder under the Palace of Westminster, and then blow it up while King James was sitting in the main chamber above during the opening of Parliament, killing him and most of the government instantly.
Probably the most crucial threat or plot that Robert Cecil had to deal with was the Gunpowder plot. We've got approximately a dozen disaffected Roman Catholic aristocrats that wanted to get rid of the cabinet and the king and re-establish Catholicism. And the idea was to put 36 barrels of gunpowder under the House of Lords and blow the whole rotten lot to kingdom come and re-establish England as a Catholic country.
The Gunpowder plot is an extreme reaction by a small bunch of utterly unusual young Catholic men. They're violent by nature. They're absolutely crammed full of martial arts. They have a very high proportion of recent converts or recent converts to zealous Catholicism. And they are basically people at odds with the world and looking for glory. They're exactly the kind of profile from which a jihadi is constructed.
They represented a rebirth of passion against suppression, against all the anti-Catholic measures that had been introduced. They were not going to take it from James. So just 2 years into his reign, they plotted something so devastating, so audacious, that it really does draw parallels with the major terrorist threats of today. They wanted nothing less than the destruction of the entire regime. They were going to achieve it by blowing up the king and Parliament.
The main conspirators were all Catholic extremists. Thomas Wintour, John Wright, Thomas Percy, Guy Fawkes, and the ringleader, Robert Catesby. Their first meeting took place on the 20th of May, 1604, at the Duck and Drake Inn just off the Strand in London. They had just over a year to plan one of the most audacious terror plots ever devised.
Gentlemen, what we are planning is the most ambitious assassination plot in this nation's history. When King James opens Parliament, we will blow him, his bastard ministers, and the rest of the stinking edifice that is Parliament off the face of this earth. Aye. Now, it's not going to be easy by any chalk, but I have a plan that I am confident will work.
We have secured lodgings.
The Gunpowder Plot is the brainchild, if one can use the expression for somebody of such addled wits, of a particularly wild and charismatic man called Robert Catesby, who is clearly a charmer because he has a knack of persuading people who should know better into falling in with his idea. And it simply is to put an immense amount of high explosive underneath where the king and the royal family are going to meet the two houses of Parliament to open Parliament itself, and send the lot sky high along with the Palace of Westminster, about half of Westminster Abbey, and all the surrounding houses. This is the detonative power of a low-level atomic weapon.
We have secured lodgings opposite Westminster. And now, thanks to Percy, we have obtained the undercroft beneath Parliament itself. The powder is stored in the palace on the other side of the river. And so we will need to move it across first to the lodgings and then to the undercroft bit by bit.
Yes, the barrels will be moved across the Thames at night and land on the steps here, and then moved to the chambers underneath Parliament itself. And then we wait. We wait till the state opening, and boom. Gentlemen, it is set.
With their plan set, the group moved fast. One of the plotters, Thomas Percy, rented a small property and a cellar right under the Palace of Westminster. And Guy Fawkes, using the pseudonym John Johnson, moved in, posing as Percy's servant. Then the plotters used Robert Catesby's lodgings in Lambeth on the opposite bank of the Thames, where they stored the barrels of gunpowder.
There is immense difficulty for a modern mind in trying to understand how the Gunpowder Plot could get that far, because mentalities are so different then. There really is no security about the Palace of Westminster. It's a whole bunch of private tenements and sublets on which nobody checks up. And nobody has ever tried to use high explosive in a conspiracy in this manner before in history. So it really is something unthinkable. And finally, the gunpowder itself is an unknown quantity. Nobody knows what gunpowder is going to do in such a situation, including the plotters themselves. So that's the reason, in my opinion, why such a thoroughly unlikely conspiracy gets as far as it does.
I think had the Gunpowder Plot been successful, it would have been a cataclysmic event which we perhaps don't have any modern equivalent. The way that it would have changed the future of England, the future of what would become the United Kingdom, the political dimensions, religious dimensions, moral dimensions, would have been absolutely enormous.
The emotional impact of the Gunpowder Plot, especially if it had worked, would have been the equivalent of 9/11 in those days, because, you know, it was shocking, and killing the monarch was something you just didn't do. And it's impossible to be accurate about the consequences, but they would have been very widespread and very long-lasting.
Simon Carter is a former curator of the Houses of Parliament who studied the plotters' plans in detail. Nothing remains of the 17th century buildings that they planned to blow up. But even today, it's easy to get a sense of the scale of the terrorist attack they were planning.
It's hard to imagine as we look at it today that in the early 17th century, when Guy Fawkes would have planned to row across the river and deposit his gunpowder barrels, that we'd have been looking at a building a series of buildings with inns, houses, private gardens, and a small-scale building over there, really. And the idea of somebody just walking in there and kind of being able to rent a space, not that inconceivable. Now we kind of find that the Palace of Westminster is surrounded by security. It needs to be. But in those days, there wasn't any security at the Palace of Westminster. It was a place where people lived. It was a place where people went and had a drink. There was people going around. And there was even private houses, all facing onto the river with their own gardens. So it's thought that the plotters had rented accommodation on the south of the river over at Lambeth. Well, in fact, it would have been fairly easy to get the barrels of gunpowder over the river, and there was landing stages across this view here. So the Parliament stairs where Guy Fawkes transported the gunpowder barrels to was probably halfway along, in line with the Victoria Tower across there. And he'd have been able to hire a boat. There'd have been lots of ferry boats and other traffic on the river, so one more boat carrying some barrels wouldn't have been an extraordinary thing.
The only remaining feature from the time of the Gunpowder Plot is the entrance to the House of Lords, which today is in the same location as the doorway that James I would have used.
There's absolutely nothing left of the medieval buildings and the 17th century chamber of the House of Lords, which Guy Fawkes planned to blow up. It all got swept away, partly in the early 19th century in order to redevelop the House of Lords for new buildings, and then later on, the rest of the buildings that had survived were burnt in a fire and demolished in order to build this building here. So none of the cellars, none of the chamber itself, and none of the accommodation that Guy Fawkes would have known in his time is here anymore. The gunpowder plot would probably have succeeded. He confined a large amount of gunpowder inside the basement of a building which was stone built and which had got solid rubble walls that were about 2 or 3 feet thick and without many exits. So all of that explosion, had he succeeded, would have gone very much upwards, and there was only a relatively simple wooden floor between the King's throne at the far end of the House of Lords and the gunpowder barrels which were stored just below it in the cellar. If the gunpowder plot had succeeded, the chamber and the House of Lords, with all its assembled king, royal family and dignitary, would have been blown to smithereens. It would have been one of the most major explosions that London had ever seen.
Their plan in place and the location secured, it was now time to deal with the explosives. According to Fawkes's written confession, 20 barrels of gunpowder were brought across the River Thames at night, followed by a second load of 16 more, each one having to be carefully rolled up the steps from the river and down a narrow street into the cellar entrance. If they were caught, the plot was over.
If it had succeeded, the gunpowder plot would have been one of the great atrocities of world history, the English equivalent to one of the great massacres that occurred in other countries. It could have happened had the plotters managed to keep the plot within their own ranks. The only problem with the plot is that in order to get it to succeed once it's gone off, you need to have quite a few people knowing about it so they know what the plan B is. And the problem with having quite a few people knowing is it's going to leak.
Had the gunpowder plot have succeeded, it would have not only changed the course of British history, but world history. And to be quite honest, it would have been the most audacious terror attack in the history of the world.
Make haste, men. Make haste.
It was reported that the 36 barrels contained some 5,000 pounds of gunpowder, a staggering amount at the time, and more than enough to destroy the brick and timber building above. To show just how destructive gunpowder can be, explosives expert Ian Henn has agreed to detonate a much smaller amount, but use the same black powder and fuse that Guy Fawkes would have had.
The plan is we're going to have a test of a small explosion first, with it being unconfined and in all directions. We'll have to start with a small explosion of about a pound, and we'll see how we go with that.
Back in his workshop, Ian had created the gunpowder for the demonstration. He mixed up a small quantity of charcoal, potassium nitrate, and sulfur, and ground them into a fine powder to create the final material that would be loaded into the barrel. But before taking it up to the site, he tested it to make sure it fired up successfully.
Okay, firing the powder.
Gunpowder has a very slow burn rate, and in the open produces a lot of flame and smoke. But when it's packed tightly into barrels, it's highly explosive.
This is a cable for the detonator, or technically igniter, to set the powder off. Because we don't exactly know what's going to happen, we need to make sure we're at a safe distance to set this off. So we'll lay a wire out and we can power the detonator from that. With gunpowder, it's a low-order explosive, so you only get a big explosion if it's very well confined. With this sort of situation, we're not going to get a massive blast because it's not confined in a gun barrel or in a building. With the Houses of Parliament, there were so many barrels that the gunpowder tends to become its own confinement, so that the blast, when it goes off, will confine itself and help to give you a bigger explosion. And that's why it would have worked if it had gone off in that sort of quantity. This is a pound of gunpowder, and we'll see the sort of explosion this makes very shortly. But to give you some sort of idea, in the House of Parliament, they were supposedly caught with 5,500 pounds of powder, or somewhere in that region. So they're really talking about quite a large amount of gunpowder. So we've got a box ready. We'll just top it up, and then we'll get on and get it set up.
Ian has filled a wooden box with about 10 pounds of gunpowder, only a fraction of what would have been in each of Guy Fawkes' barrels. But it would give a good indication of the scale of the blast that was being planned.
This is coarse, modern coarse blasting powder. It's very similar grain size, perhaps a little smaller than they would have used, but it's a lot bigger than you'd use in a musket or a small firearm.
The next step was to rig the box of gunpowder in the field and lay a small fuse leading up to it, just as Guy Fawkes would have done. The difference today is that Ian will be detonating the blast from a safe distance using an electrical charge, whereas Guy Fawkes would have had to have been next to the barrels and lit it by hand.
I think it's very likely that Guy Fawkes would have died in the blast. He couldn't have been very far away from the explosion to actually be able to light the fuse or light the powder trail. The blast radius could have been hundreds of yards from the initial explosion. Would have been stone, timber, all sorts of debris flying, and it's likely that he would have been killed in the explosion. Right, okay, you ready, Roo? And Chris is clear. Chris is clear.
Okay,
put the wires across the battery, and we'll fire it. You ready? Okay, everybody ready? Firing the charge!
The
The modern equivalent to the Gunpowder Plot was 9/11. It was something that was so simple and so effective and in many ways so easy to do that nobody saw it coming. And it really did aim to destroy thousands and thousands of people with major landmarks. And had the whole of it succeeded, that is the Pentagon gone as well, that's what it would have been.
By the late autumn of 1605, everything was ready. All Guy Fawkes had to do was light the fuse and then escape quickly to France. The barrels were in place, and the date of destiny was fast approaching, the 5th of November.
Remember, remember the 5th of November. Gunpowder, treason, and plot.
What happens next is truly astonishing. Lord Monteagle, a Catholic peer who was also married to the sister of one of the plotters, received a letter on October 26th, warning him not to attend the state opening of Parliament on November the 5th.
Just days before the opening of Parliament, Lord Monteagle, a prominent member of the cabinet, receives a letter, an anonymous letter, warning him not to attend the opening of Parliament because his life will be in danger. He rushes off to Cecil, gives him the letter, tells him what's happening. And Cecil does absolutely nothing.
I don't think that the Monteagle letter, which gave the Gunpowder Plot away, is what it seems to be. I think that somebody, probably Monteagle, possibly Cecil, went and wrote it as a cover for the discovery of the plot. I think the plot leaked verbally a few days before that. The letter was the most dramatic way of covering this up.
It was all a bit too scripted, I think. I think it's perfectly possible that Cecil had that letter written if he didn't actually write it in his own hand.
My lords, this letter was passed to me by Sir Robert Monteagle. It is a warning to him not to attend the state opening of Parliament tomorrow for fear of death. I believe that there is a plot to attack His Majesty the King and all his ministers when they sit in Parliament. God save the King.
God save the King.
I pray that we are not too late.
Surprisingly, Cecil sits on the letter for about a week before informing the king, who immediately orders a sweep of Parliament, including the cellars. In a bizarre twist of fate, Guy Fawkes is discovered, but not the barrels of gunpowder, and he isn't arrested. It was only when a second search was ordered by Cecil that he's captured and the barrels are found, hidden under piles of wood and tree branches.
Legend has it that Robert Cecil could well have been behind the Gunpowder Plot and was using it to discredit the Catholics. I think it's more likely that through his spy network that he knew that this was going to happen, but rather than cutting it off straight away, he let it run. So that literally just before the fuses were lit, he then stopped it, which of course then had a much greater impact because the country realised that they were going to lose the king and the whole of Parliament. And this meant that he could bury these Catholic plotters forever.
Open up in the name of the king!
I don't think that any sane historian at the present day, or even any mad historian of whom I've heard, seriously thinks that Cecil made up the Gunpowder Plot himself. There was a real plot. And we can tell this because we can see the government finding out more and more about it. But it is practically certain that Cecil knew about the plot a week before it was supposed to go off, and let it ripen deliberately to find out as much as possible about it, and also milk the dramatic effect of a last-minute discovery for all it was worth.
But to be honest, on reflection, there are certain anomalies that make me wonder whether Robert Cecil was behind the Gunpowder Plot. When you actually think that they somehow managed to get 36 barrels of gunpowder. From where? And hire a cellar under the House of Lords and fill it with these barrels of gunpowder without anybody noticing. I sometimes wonder, there could be more in this than anybody realises.
It's extraordinary to think that this group of Catholic conspirators could have gone about London amassing an extraordinary quantity of gunpowder, have started to stay in houses close to Parliament, build up this little terror network without his knowledge. It defies belief. I think Cecil let it play out until the crucial moment, and then, of course, got there in time to stop it.
If indeed he was playing that game, it was a very dangerous game because, I mean, yes, the gunpowder plotters weren't that bright. They didn't really cover their tracks. There is some suggestion that they were really quite drunk most of the time. I suppose you'd have to be to do something like that. But nevertheless, he did leave it to the very last minute to basically rummage around in the crypt of the Houses of Parliament and find Fawkes and the gunpowder. I mean, it was more luck than good management, perhaps, towards the end of that.
The great problem that Cecil faced with the gunpowder plot was how fast let it go on. And of course, if he let it go on too long, if he didn't press the button that would have gone and stopped the plot and round up all the plotters, then there was a real chance that Parliament would have gone bang, and we know what would have happened since. The country would have become a Catholic state, and history would have been rewritten. So knowing precisely when to press that button to stop a plot is crucial, and Cecil did press it at the right time. But the risks of pressing it too late or not pressing it at all are absolutely catastrophic.
The plot now in tatters, Guy Fawkes, still using the name John Johnson, was hauled off to the Tower of London for interrogation and torture.
Come on, just one name. No! Right, rack him again.
The king demanded to know who was behind this plot. And after a week or more of brutal punishment, Fawkes eventually gave up his fellow plotters, and they were all executed. What could have been the most atrocious terrorist attack on British soil had been averted.
If the gunpowder plot had succeeded, it would have been the single greatest act of terror ever, perhaps even from today. You know, there is no comparator to that seismic event that it would have been. It would have swept away an entire regime. It would have been pretty much the end of the Stuarts, just 2 years into their rule in England. Who would have been the new king? Who would have been the new parliament? They would have had to have pretty much started from scratch. We would have had a completely different royal family.
Very little material from the plot has survived down through the years. But the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford has Fawkes's lantern, and the National Archives in Kew has his original signed confession. One of the curators at the archives, Nick Barrett, agreed to take it out of the vaults and reveal its content.
This is the signed confession of Guy Fawkes, just a few days after he'd been captured in the cellars of Westminster Palace, surrounded by barrels of gunpowder. He's taken to the Tower, and on the personal instructions of the king himself, he is tortured. Gentle at first, but increasing pressure to extract this confession. By the 9th of November, when this is signed, he's given it all up. There are a series of questions asked of him, again, coming directly from the king. Who are you? How are you operating? Who are you operating with? And Guy Fawkes gives this information. He names the other co-conspirators. He explains what his mission is, to kill the king. and he links himself to the Catholic sympathisers. So again, this goes to the heart of Tudor paranoia about the enemy within Britain. And in many ways, this must have sent a shiver down the spine of those officials who were listening to him recount this tale of conspiracy and treachery. This is the threat of a Catholic uprising. Many of these people have been turned, corrupted almost, by Jesuits sent from the continent to come and assassinate the government. And here it is laid bare in all its grim detail. The really amazing thing about this document is that you can physically see the impact of torture. Many documents tell a story through the words, but this tells you something because Guy Fawkes' signature is so faint, virtually illegible. He would have been tortured on the rack, a horrible stretching device, but also probably had his hands crushed as well. And we see this because it's very hard to make out his own signature here. So it's a very poignant physical demonstration of what torture does. But equally, you've also got his inquisitors signing the document, saying that they were present when he finally put his hand here, maybe even guiding the pen themselves.
In the end, Robert Cecil had a spectacular career by any political yardstick, rising to hold jointly the two highest civil offices of the land during the reigns of both Elizabeth I and James I. He'd grown the spy and intelligence network inherited from his father into a huge web of power and influence. And this physically handicapped man became feared and respected in equal measure. But in the end, Robert Cecil will always be best known for foiling the most ambitious terror plot in British history and maintaining Protestant rule in England.
Robert Cecil will always be remembered for two of the most crucial moments in British history: the succession after the death of Queen Elizabeth and the Gunpowder Plot.
Robert Cecil should be remembered as one of the greatest royal ministers ever to serve the English state. It's ironic that about the only thing for which he is remembered, if he's even remembered for that, is he's the guy who stops the Gunpowder Plot.
Robert Cecil did benefit more than anyone from the foiling of the Gunpowder Plot. It does, therefore, at least raise the question as to just how involved he was in the creation of that plot. It certainly worked out brilliantly. He could not have scripted it better. Was he behind it? I think there is quite compelling evidence.
Sophia Patoka and Mata Hari were two of the most infamous honey traps in the history of espionage. Beautiful and seductive in equal measure, they used their charms to entrap legions of men. They were able to infiltrate the very highest circles of European society, affording them unprecedented access to the emperors, generals, and monarchs of the day. They then sold their secrets to the highest bidders, acting as multiple double agents. Two ladies playing a very dangerous game, who became the ultimate femme fatales.
Sophia Patoka was one of the great enigmas of late 18th century, early 19th century Europe. But the great question is, was she also a spy?
This is a peasant who started in the potato fields and ends up at the end of her life in the palaces of Europe.
In my opinion, Mata Hari was guilty of absolutely nothing, except, unfortunately, being Mata Hari.
Was she an exotic dancer? Was she a stripper? Was she a prostitute? And I hate to say this, but I would think that she was probably all three.
The Germans recruited her as a spy. The British thought she was a spy. The French tried her as a spy. Now the question is, was she?
The view of women spies was one of the sexual vamp, the woman who used her sexuality to extract information.
If you can get the dirt on those individual men, then basically you've got them. You can control them. In a very real sense, knowledge is power.
Sophia Potocka was born in 1760 in Turkey and raised in Constantinople with her sister. When her father, a local hat maker, died suddenly, her mother was forced to find a new benefactor for the family. So she took her two daughters to the Polish ambassador, who agreed to take them in.
It's thought that perhaps she took them to various embassies, try and sell them off, to the highest bidder, but certainly the Polish embassy was a good place to take them because someone who worked there was infamous for procuring prostitutes for the embassy and indeed the court. So basically they bought the two girls.
I think they possibly looked at Sophia and thought she was a product that could be used. And I mean that, it sounds nefarious, but what I actually mean is they probably looked at her and thought, well, we've got a young person here, she's beautiful. By all intents and purposes, she was stunning. So it would be easy to get her married off to somebody of importance or to take around the social, the balls of Europe, around the courts of Europe, and say, oh, look at this beautiful woman, and then possibly turn her into a mistress of somebody that they want to be able to spy on. It's likely that she was taken by that government, trained to be a product and sent out into the world and says, go and do your thing.
Sophia marries a successful military commander, Count Joseph de Witt, and starts attending functions with him across Europe in the royal courts of Germany, Austria, and Italy. In 1781, she is presented to the Polish King Stanislaus Augustus in Warsaw, followed by King Frederick II of Prussia, and then Emperor Joseph II in Austria.
Amazing things happened to the obviously wildly charismatic Sophia. For example, she met the Austrian Emperor Joseph II, who was so taken with her. Obviously not just her beauty, he met hundreds of people, thousands of people a year, including wildly beautiful women, I should imagine. But he was so taken with her that he did two things. One was he got a little-known composer called Mozart to write her a special composition. The other thing was he wrote to his sister, Marie Antoinette, and said, you must meet this girl. She's amazing. And indeed, you know, it sounds like a fairy tale, but this is what happened. The two women did meet. Sophia went to Versailles, to the Petit Trianon, and met Marie Antoinette, and guess what? They became great buddies.
I mean, she was a beautiful woman being shown off to very famous people at the time. If you take Mozart, for example, he's the rock star of the time, right? Or the generals were the rock stars of the time. So she was thought of as an attractive groupie in a way, and that was a way of sort of latching her on to somebody famous.
Sophia then moves on to Paris, meeting and becoming friendly with Marie Antoinette, and spending time with her at her Petit Trianon theme park in Versailles. But like all her liaisons and acquaintances before her, it's likely that her ingratiation with the French court was part of a greater plan engineered by the Polish ambassador to gain access to people of real power and influence.
let's not forget that Sophia and her sister were bought by the Poles, and they obviously would want a return for their money. I mean, not just in sexual favours. You know, they had these two streetwise girls, very young girls, but they weren't just beautiful. Sophia wasn't just beautiful. She was also very intelligent. And it must have occurred to them that they could have basically placed her in, well, virtually any influential man's bed.
She's getting her foot into the door into every royal society, every political society within the whole of Europe. Now, the best thing about that, if you've got your foot in the door, you have power, because you have knowledge, you have friends. And knowledge and influence is power at that time.
She certainly had the beauty, the charm, the wit, and the contacts. And she knew, quite clearly, she knew how to play men against each other. Her mindset also, I mean, she was a kid from the back streets. Basically, she had the mindset of somebody who'd do anything to survive.
Ian Rowland is a mentalist who has trained FBI agents in many of the mind-reading techniques employed in espionage. Techniques that Potocka may well have been trained in.
I suppose you could say there's a very fine line between seduction and espionage. When we look back at some of the stories of the more well-known spies, especially the female spies, I'm sometimes asked if this is something to do with cold reading techniques and so on, and there may have been a bit of overlap, but I think it's perhaps more relevant to talk about the techniques that we can use even today to encourage people to cooperate, to encourage people to feel that they want to communicate, they want to cooperate, they want to share information. And there are certain things that you can do that encourage people along that line, engender that kind of spirit of cooperation. And for all we know, some of these very well-known female spies may have been using a whole armory of those sorts of techniques. One of them, for example, is using as many different modalities of communication as possible. It's not just what you say, but also making physical contact. You know, a light brush of the hand on the arm can make a difference. It's submissive posturing and gestures, chin down, eyes up. This is submissive. It's like saying, I'm low status to you, you are high status, I give you respect, I give you high status, I give you that feeling of ego, which of course many men would find quite seductive. And knowing all of these different things that you put together can be bracketed as either good seduction or good espionage technique.
Ian agreed to demonstrate some of the skills that agents like Potocka would have used in order to coax information from a target. He asked an assistant to bring along a simple drawing they have made, and then seal it within a signed brown envelope. And then, using mental techniques taught to spies all over the world, he would try and work out what that drawing is of.
With your words, obviously, but not with your face, your reaction, anything. Some people find this process uncomfortable. If it feels uncomfortable at any stage, just say so and we can stop, okay? Okay. So what you drew was either representational or abstract. It could have just been an abstract shape. It could actually be something. It could actually, okay, so it's a thing. It's a real thing. Okay, the animal, vegetable, person, thing, place, transport. Could be one of the, it's either lives or it does not. It's either live or synthetic, artificial. You don't really want me to, living. Okay, good, this is clear. And this means person, animal, nature, a plant or animal, animal. It's an animal. Okay, so this could be wild, it could be domesticated, it could be a pet. It could be wild, it could be domesticated, it could be a pet. It could be wild, it could... All right, or you could play with it. Yes, I heard that, fine. So, you may even have had one of these or known one. Well, it'll have these. It'll have one of those. It'll have these. It'll have something like this. It'll have, I don't know, maybe a tail, I don't know. And let's have a look what you did.
Me to try it?
Yeah, let's have a good look at this process. So it was inside a sealed envelope. Wow, you did give it a good burial.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. And we had... It's not perfect.
Okay.
But it was perfect enough, I think. It's close enough. We got this. Thank you very much indeed.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
By the turn of the 19th century, Sophia had travelled across most of Europe, leaving a trail of enchanted monarchs and royal courts in her wake. She was fiercely ambitious, a world-class networker, and she knew everyone. But was she also something more?
The big question is whether Sophia was a spy. Many people who were around at the time claimed that she was, without giving any evidence for it. But she certainly lived a life of somebody who could be an excellent spy. She was certainly excellently placed to be a spy. She had affairs with virtually everybody who was anybody, including Catherine the Great's minister and secret husband, Potemkin. Sophia knew everybody. She moved in all the great royal circles, all the great political circles of Europe. And also her sister had married into a great Turkish family. And the two sisters were said to be working together, exchanging intelligence on various movements of troops as various wars broke out. So it does seem that she was in the intelligence gathering business.
You have to understand that Sophia lived in a society and an age where sleeping with the enemy was the done thing. You're in a time of courtesans. Now, courtesans were trained in particular sexual techniques to please whoever they were with. Now, it would be very strange to think that Sophia was working for the Polish government, meeting all of these people and not doing the unspeakable spying side of stuff. It would be bizarre to think she wasn't doing this. So reading between the lines, we've got to assume that she was doing something with all the people that she was meeting.
A honey trap is using an attractive woman to bed someone, to bed a man in a position of power, and for fear of his wife finding out or his superiors finding out if it's not allowed in the profession he's in, he will be given a choice. We will tell your wife, or you will start to provide intelligence for us. And often it's an easy calculation to make for the person who's been caught in the honey trap. And often the results can be very, very effective.
Having conquered Europe, Sophia moved on to Russia, where her target was the formidable Catherine the Great. Using her contacts and royal connections, she was easily able to get an audience with the Queen, who was, according to reports, very keen to meet this little beauty. They quickly hit it off, and Sophia became a close confidant to one of the most powerful and influential women on the planet.
There she was, this stunningly beautiful young girl, this dashing major. They lit up every room they went into. They were the talk of all the salons. They went to Berlin, they went to Russia, you name it. She was soon curtsying to Catherine the Great of Russia, and she became a friend of hers. I mean, how did that happen? This girl from the back streets of Constantinople, she was a remarkable woman.
Sadly, her relationship with Catherine would be the last chapter in Sophia's remarkable life. She became increasingly unwell and mentally unstable, accusing the Polish Illuminati of messing with her brain. She died in Berlin in 1822, aged 62.
Sophia Potocka is possibly one of the greatest spies in history. I would say the most forgotten about spy, which makes her the best, in my opinion. Because it's only recently that we suddenly put the jigsaw pieces together and we realize that this woman who was seeing everybody, all the crowned heads of Europe, all the rock stars of the time, and she's seeing all these people, and we realize that only now we realise, well, she must have been a spy because you wouldn't have been doing that otherwise. You've come from nothing. You end up being this fantastic film star of the time. So to me, she's the one that's going to go down in history as one of the greatest spies who ever lived.
Well, if Sophia Potocka was a spy, she was certainly in the right place and at the right time. She made sure she was. It's impossible to say definitely, but given that there were all these rumours of her spying, and given how she operated, just simply how she played men off against each other, how she used her beauty, how she used her native intelligence and her charm, almost certainly it involved a lot of pillow talk, it involved a lot of flattery. I mean, she was probably one of the world's best female psychologists when it came to playing men.
Half a century after Potocka's death, a young girl called Margaretha Zell was born in Holland in 1876. Like Sophia, at an early age, Mata Hari, as she became known, decided that sexuality was her ticket to a better life. So in the mid-1890s, she boldly answered a newspaper ad seeking a bride for Rudolph MacLeod, a military captain based in the Dutch East Indies. The marriage didn't work out, and in her early 20s, she found herself divorced, homeless, and broke.
Mata Hari's real name was Margaretha Zeller. She was Dutch, born in Amsterdam, married an officer called MacLeod, and moved to Java. Had 2 children, was one for the men, to say the least, and was extremely interested in most of his fellow officers in the officers' mess. He wasn't too happy about it. Their son died while they were out there. She came back to Holland and he divorced her and threw her out. And she moved to Paris and became, for want of a better word, an exotic dancer.
A very exotic dancer. She became the talk of Paris. Her speciality was a sort of striptease in which she would get down to a sort of jewelled bra and very little else. Well, maybe a few strategically placed other gems. Everything about her was invented. She invented the name Mata Hari, which means eye of the day or eye of the dawn. She claimed to, that she was a princess from the East, and of course she wasn't. And the interesting thing was that she wasn't even beautiful. You look at pictures of her now and think, what? But she had that essence of sexuality. She was a very sexy woman. She knew how to project her image. She knew how to create an image. And she certainly knew how to play men.
Now, she's not a very good dancer, but she's doing routines that she saw in Java and the Javanese dancers out there, and she's doing movements that no one had ever seen before. And so you think, well, perhaps that's what people went to see. But in reality, she went because she was a nude dancer wearing nothing but a jewelled bra.
Promiscuous, flirtatious, and openly flaunting her body, Mata Hari became something of a sensation in the salons and clubs of Parisian high society. Dressed in ornately jeweled tunics and midriff-revealing tops, she performed various exotic dances and striptease acts that she said she'd learned in the harems of the Maharajas in India. She quickly gathered a loyal group of wealthy and influential male patrons.
Basically, she loved men. She loved the attention of men, and becoming this extremely risque dancer. I mean, in those days, most women, apart from in the Folie Bergère, and all they did was really showed off their frilly knickers, but she literally showed off almost the whole of her body. Apart from her breasts, of course, which she was rather embarrassed about, and she had sort of like a brass bra that she kept on. But she was into men in a big way, and especially rich men.
It's hard to say whether she was good-looking by conventional standards. She had an unusual appearance. She wasn't ugly, I'm not saying that, but she wasn't what we would call a stunning model-type look. She was slightly interesting, and I think that mixed with the exotic dancing that she did, and she created an entire history for herself, a brand new history, started her life again. When she'd lost everything, she said, right, this is what I'm going to do. And she became a Javanese princess who did exotic dancing in the nude, as far as everyone knew. Now, that made her attractive.
She had this extraordinary stage show of herself dancing, often semi-nude and with extraordinary performance, which she said was modelled on the Javanese dancing that she had seen during her period in Java, as she was probably the highest paid performer of her time. And really, there wasn't much else going on that was like that. People either loved her or they were profoundly shocked by her.
At the start of World War I in 1914, Mata Hari was said to have been recruited into the German Secret Service by one of her lovers, Berlin's chief of police. She continued giving risque dance performances across Europe, but all the while secretly transmitting intelligence reports to her German handlers.
Mata Hari had a penchant for soldiers, particularly officers, and any woman that's going to be sleeping with a lot of officers is going to arise suspicion. Because she was from the Netherlands, when war broke out, she's not French, she's not German, she's not British. She can sleep with any of them, and it's not a problem because she is neutral. And that's what allowed her to go between all the countries. She was never stopped or anything because she wasn't in the war, she wasn't included. So if she slept with a German general, well, that's not a problem. Or she slept with some French general, it's not a problem. So you just assume that she must be spying for somebody at some point. And eventually, she was bought by the Germans because she ran out of money. Basically, she was asking for money. This general goes, all right, I'll give you a load of cash if you spy for us. She then takes the cash, goes off again on holiday around Europe and has a great time. Comes back to the Germans and just says, ran out of money, can I have some more money? And they said, no, because you're a rubbish spy. They actually turned to her and just said, you're so bad, we don't want you, unless we will only give you money if you go to spy school for us in Germany. And so she was shipped off to Germany and ended up actually for a week or so being trained in some spy seminar on what she should actually be doing for her money.
Was she an exotic dancer? Was she a stripper? Was she a prostitute? I would think that she was extremely fond not only of men, but of money and of power. And I hate to say this, but I would think that she was probably all three.
I think you have to consider what the context was of the time. She was an exotic dancer. She was unusual. She was very public. She was also having a string of affairs with politicians, businessmen, and very high-ranking military officials, including German military personnel. And by 1915, Britain certainly had her under surveillance. Her behaviour was such that it drew attention. It drew the attention of the intelligence services to her.
So she might not just have been an agent for the Germans. She might have been a double agent or a triple agent or however many agencies she worked for. She might have even lost track herself, basically. But of course, that is an extraordinarily difficult and dangerous game to play. And she found out it was no game at all.
Such were the dangers that she faced. It was known that Mata Hari carried a number of exotic firearms that she'd had made especially for her, and that could be concealed in her purses or on her person as everyday objects. John Baker, from Baptiste Armourers in London, has a working collection of some similar weapons from the period.
This is what looks, to all intents and purposes, as an umbrella. It actually operates like an umbrella. It opens up. Hope you don't get any bad luck. But in actual fact, it's a firearm. It's actually a disguised firearm. It's like a shotgun. and it fires a shotgun cartridge. If I open it up and show you, you can see here, there's the chamber, there is a cartridge. Cartridge loads into the chamber, and we load it and fire it. If we move along then we've got various other small disguised weapons. We'll start at this end. This is more cowboy period. This is a little small 22 Derringer revolver. Again, very easily concealable in the pocket, in your hand, you can't see it. When you need it, it's there. To load it, it's very simply that you load it from that end. You can put a couple of cartridges in. I'll just put one in for just now to show you. Closes up, loads. Quite happy, quite hide, you know. When you need it, cock it back and fire it. It's the sort of thing that you could seal very easily amongst your clothing, in a bag, in a suitcase, in a purse even, if you're a woman, or in your pocket, you know. Very easily concealable. Nice small gun. Doesn't have to be very big to do the job. Then we have what's known as a little purse pistol. Here it is. It looks like a little purse. Lady might carry it in her handbag. This one, if you open it up, conceals a squeeze gun. This one, you actually squeeze at the back, like so, to make it operate, and you would hold it. Magazine would hold about 4 or 5 rounds in it, and as you squeezed it, it would load and fire and eject, okay, just like a normal thing. Again, another nice little spy gun type thing if you want. Again, could be concealed in your pocket, doesn't have to be in the purse, but it's the sort of thing that would use for close protection, something at point blank range when you really had to. You couldn't run away, you had to stand and fight, something like that. This particular one, it's quite an interesting one. This is actually a pen, and you can sometimes write with these. I think you can just see it on my hand there. You see it actually got a bit of ink in it. But this is actually a 2.2 spy pen gun, the sort of thing that might be used by Soviet or American or British spies. It's a very simple device. What we do is we unscrew the end, take away the actual writing implement, which is that bit, which comes out. That's also the rammer for getting rid of the empty case, which I'll show you in a minute. We then unscrew the rest of the barrel. That bit is the barrel. We can load a 2.2 cartridge, which would go into it like so. I want to actually put this one in, because the live cartridge will eject that. Again, the ejector. Check that out. If we put the cartridge in, we load it, like so. And to fire it, it's very simple. We simply pull back and let it go, and it will fire. That easy. Sort of thing that, again, only a spy would use. You couldn't buy these. These are specially made. This is the sort of thing that is ideal for using in the espionage game. Absolutely perfect. That's what. This is something for a woman. Someone like Mata Hari, definitely she might have had something like this. This, to all intents and purposes, looks like a lipstick, very simple lipstick. It's actual fact a firearm, disguised firearm. I take the cover off, looks like a lipstick. It will have a little piece of lipstick on the end that a woman could do her mouth, but in actual fact it's a firearm. If we unscrew it, it would take in there a little 2.2 or a 38 perhaps, depending on what they're made for. They're specifically made for a spy. And then to fire it, you'd simply point, pull it back and let go. Messy, I would have thought, bits of lipstick everywhere, but again, very simple, very effective.
The likelihood is that Mata Hari lived in a society where people would carry weapons around with them. Most people would possibly be carrying a knife anyway. I mean, people would use them as part of their jobs and so on like that. But there is a massive collection of weapons specifically made for women. Little dainty guns, little knives that could be concealed. And if you go back slightly further, the Victorian era, you're looking at most men carrying some form of weapon with them. There'd be a walking cane with a stick in the handle. There's some great examples of walking stick guns where the entire stick is a rifle itself. So it would be highly likely that she's carrying around some form of weapon. Now, in today's society, that seems strange. But back then, that would be a normal thing to carry around. A little tiny Derringer that's tucked away somewhere, attached to your glove, up your sleeve, tucked down your sock. It's not unheard of for those people to be carrying such weapons.
She was ruthless. We believe she carried a small pistol in her handbag, and I'm convinced that she would use it if necessary. I would think she probably did use it. This woman was as ruthless as James Bond.
Eventually, Mata Hari's luck ran out, and in early 1916, she was traveling from Spain to England by boat when she was picked up by the police and taken to London for questioning, suspected of being a German agent.
Basically, the whole of Europe believed she was a spy. The French, the Germans, definitely the British, all believed she was a spy. And they all, for want of a better word, wanted to get her. Unfortunately, she made a bit of a mistake, and she actually ended up in Plymouth. And the British Intelligence Service were waiting for her. They arrested her, took her for questioning. I believe reasonably brutal questioning as well. But they couldn't get her to crack. They actually didn't have anything on her. And I sometimes wonder if anybody ever did really have anything on her.
We know your papers are rubbish. We know you didn't plan to come to England. Tell us who have you been talking to. Tell us what you've been saying. We know everything else. Just want to hear you say it.
I don't think it's credible that she was having meetings with all of these military leaders, sleeping with them, coochie-cooing with them, spending time with them, taking their money and information, passing it on to the Germans, and not knowing what she was doing. I mean, by any other name, that is being a spy.
I think that she was, for want of a better word, a money-grabbing nymphomaniac that was surrounded by rich, influential men, which she loved. But she then, I think, realised the fact that we were approaching World War I, that she realised that she could put her talents, for want of a better word, to greater use as a spy.
On February 12th, you were seen meeting with the German attaché in Madrid. Why would you be meeting with him?
Like I said, he's an old friend.
Oh, he's an old friend. Go on, tell us, what did you say to him?
Mata Hari basically did not respect men. Like a lot of prostitutes or courtesans, men were seen as suckers, people who paid the bills, people to be flattered and wheedled and seduced, but never loved. This was never about love. It was never even perhaps about desire. It was about power.
Come on, you're gonna tell us. Who is it? Who are those people? And what have you been selling? Come on, you need to tell us now. Tell me now. Are you listening to me?
How can I tell you what I don't know?
Miss Zell, you seem to do a lot of travelling. You flit backwards and forwards, France, Spain, maybe even Germany, who knows? How can you explain all that?
They wanted to know why she travelled to all these capital cities all around Europe. They wanted to know why she kept the company of diplomats, soldiers, officers, naval attachés. They wanted to know why she amassed so much money. And she never broke. Her answers were, I'm a dancer. It's my profession. I travel, and I get paid very well.
We know the money that you have in your accounts. Where are you getting the money from? Who are you speaking to? What are you telling them?
I said nothing.
It actually sent them bonkers because everything that she was doing, travelling as she did, being paid exorbitant amount of money, was a blueprint for a spy. But they couldn't break her.
Certainly the British authorities were finding spies, as it happens, non-spies most of the time, all over the place. So yes, Mata Hari stands out. She's unusual, she's sexual, she's exotic, and she hangs out with military personnel. To be fair to Mata Hari, of all countries, I think she was an extremely apolitical and naive individual who just did not realise what sort of danger she was in.
Mata Hari was eventually released, as the British had no evidence to charge her with. But they were convinced that she was a spy, and just 1 month later she was arrested in her room at the Hotel Élysée in Paris. As she was being taken into custody, she said that she was working for the head of French intelligence, a man called Ladau.
They thought she was a German spy called Clara Bendix. They accused her of this. This is before she was actually imprisoned. And they claimed that she had been trained professionally at the German spy school in Antwerp, which did exist. She categorically denied this, absolutely denied that she was, and said that not only was she not a German spy, she had actually been working for Ladau, who had recruited her to work for France. Ladau, meanwhile, completely denies this meeting has ever happened, completely denies that he's given her any money, and completely denies that she's doing anything for France at all.
The only evidence they've got that they use against her at her arrest is that she's got invisible ink in her boudoir. Now, she claims it's for use as part of makeup and stuff like this, but in reality, having invisible ink was actually an offence at the time, because the only people who would have this stuff would be spies. So that to them was the sum total of their evidence against her. The trial itself was a complete farce. Her defence lawyer wasn't even allowed to cross-examine the witnesses, not even the witnesses they supplied. The witnesses for the defence weren't allowed to be cross-examined. It was a foregone conclusion that she was going to be found guilty. She was not allowed to walk out of that court as an innocent woman.
In July 1916, Mata Hari was put on trial in Paris and sentenced to death for spying against France. Later that winter, on October the 15th, she was executed by a firing squad.
She was interrogated and tried and imprisoned in Paris and sentenced to be shot as a spy. She petitioned the French president for clemency, and she genuinely believed that she would actually be reprieved. And then on the morning of October the 15th, 1917, she was in a prison cell, asleep, and two Sisters of Mercy, a priest and her lawyer, came into a prison cell at about 5:30 in the morning and told her that it was time.
Her death was a theatrical performance, the best thing she'd ever done. She was woken up just before dawn, and she, typical perhaps of her, she essentially went to her death wearing high-heeled slippers and a nightie. But even though over the top of the nightie she was wearing a silken kimono and a black fur-trimmed cloak with a big black hat and long black gloves.
She stood in front of the firing squad and was offered a blindfold. Her solicitor was still with her, and she said to him, "Do I have to have this?" And he asked the officer in charge, and they said, if she doesn't want it, then she doesn't have to wear one. The firing squad stood to attention, raised their rifles, and aimed at her heart. And they fired. She sank to her knees, still staring at the firing squad, and then fell backwards with her eyes staring at the sky. An officer and an NCO went over to her, and the NCO took out of his holster a pistol, pointed it at the left-hand side of her brain and pulled the trigger. Mata Hari was definitely, at that point, dead.
It's a tragic but telling footnote to the life of Mata Hari that her career as a spy faded rapidly as she got older and lost the sheen of her beauty and youth. But in her prime, she was a shining example of a honey trap, a female agent who could prize confidential information out of the great and the good in return for favors. A practice that is as relevant today as it was then.
So was Mata Hari really a spy, or just was she a confused good time girl who didn't realise what she was getting herself into? The jury is largely out, but personally, I think she was a spy.
By the time she was actually executed in 1917, we're pretty sure the British thought she was a spy. In fact, everybody in Europe was thinking she was a spy. There was something about her going, we think she's a spy. Now, in my opinion, I think she just enjoyed thinking of herself as a spy. She enjoyed that life. She enjoyed getting the money from here. She enjoyed the covert thing of going over there and spying on this person, meeting that man. And particularly as her early life was so appalling, to suddenly turn into something that was exciting was a great enjoyment to her. Unfortunately, I don't think she ever realised that being a spy was a dangerous game.
One of the problems with Mata Hari is there are so many myths. There are so many conflicting stories, and she contributed to this. It's very, very hard to know what the truth actually was. But in the 1920s, as early as the 1920s, German counter-espionage stated categorically that they had no evidence whatsoever to prove that she had been a spy. They had no evidence. And in the 1930s, late 1930s, French intelligence said they also had absolutely no evidence that she had ever been a spy.